Good evening, everybody. I'm Bill Maley, your Brighton Town Supervisor. I'm very pleased to see so many people here tonight, and I'd like to welcome you all to the May 10th, 2017 meeting of the Brighton Town Board. Whether you're here in person joining us, and it's, as I said, it's great to have so many that are, or whether you're watching us at home on our YouTube live stream or on cable channel 12, however you're with us, we're going to afford everybody the opportunity to participate in the meeting. Anybody that's going to want to, we welcome your participation. To do that, I do want to note that the agenda and all of the supporting materials for tonight's meeting are here in the room. If you are here with us, there's a table in one of the back corners that has the full meeting packet, all the supporting materials that come with our agenda. In addition, if you are watching us from remotely, streaming us, you can go to the town website, townofbrighton.org, and all of the materials that we're working from on our computers tonight are there for you to access. So we want the public to be a part of this meeting, as we always do, and we want you to have all of the materials that we have. As we start the meeting, I'm going to ask that everybody stand for a pledge to the flag. I'm going to ask Councilman Vogel to lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You know, never is that pledge more appropriate than it is on a night like this when I'm looking out and seeing people participating in their local government. I think that's great. I do need to let everybody know we have a couple of different overflow rooms tonight. I cannot, because of fire regulations, I cannot have people standing by the doors or along the walls. And I'm going to have to ask those of you that are standing here in the room, Mary Ann outside will direct you to where the other rooms are. We're in our downstairs meeting room tonight. We're also in one of the courtrooms, and I believe in another conference room. I'd like to welcome all of you that are watching from those rooms, and thank you for participating with us. When we get to the public hearing, whatever room you're in, everyone will have a chance to speak tonight. That's important. Now, as we always do, we're going to start the meeting with a couple of a proclamation and with our open forum, where we have at least one matter that someone has already asked to address. When we get to that, again, if you're at home or otherwhere remote, you can participate in the open forum by dialing 303-3060. Now, the open forum is not the public hearing on the proposed Whole Foods Plaza. If you're here for that, and I've got a sneaking suspicion that that's why most of you are here, we'll be calling that very, very early in tonight's agenda. And I'll go through the process again at that point. But I do want to make a couple of other housekeeping announcements first. I already asked, for emergency purposes that we not have people standing. If you hear the emergency alarm, the town's emergency alarm go off, please leave this room and frankly our other rooms, whichever room you may be in, immediately. If you're up here in the auditorium, you can leave either through the door to my right, in which case turn right, go down the stairs, out the back door of Town Hall, into that rear parking lot, and go away from the building. Or you can leave through either one of the double doors in the back of the room, go through the lobby, out the main front door, and down the stairs. If you're in the stage conference room, which is behind me watching us, you can go out the door to that stage conference room, turn right, go down the stairs, and out the back door. If you're in the courtroom over to my left and watching, leave the courtroom, go out the main front door of the public safety wing of Town Hall and go away from the building. And if you're in the downstairs conference room, leave through the side door to the room, go out the rear entrance of Town Hall and move away from the building. I think I covered all of our rooms. We don't expect that to happen, but I want to make sure everybody stays safe. Now, on our cable access channel through Spectrum, if you experience technical difficulties during the live broadcast, please call Spectrum. Their phone number is 756-5000. If you lose the audio or you lose the video, there's a lot of things we can control. That is not one of them. And if Spectrum News is here, I'm sorry if I'm, but that's a regular announcement we do every time. So, in any event, I do have one proclamation. And, you know, this is something, we joke about it a little bit. Sometimes our town clerk, Dan Amon, and Dan does an outstanding job. Probably most of you in the room have more occasion to deal with Dan, whether you're paying your taxes or getting a dog license or a marriage license or a passport, or you're just not sure how to do something. But sometimes our clerks don't necessarily feel like they're getting all the love they should get. I love them to death. But May 7th through May 13th is Municipal Clerks Week. And we're going to recognize Dan. I do want to very briefly read some of the highlights of this proclamation. Whereas town clerks serve as the municipal clerks in the 932 towns in New York State. And whereas the office of the town clerk provides a professional link between community residents, local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels. And whereas the town clerk also serves as the information center and ombudsman on functions of local government and community. Whereas town clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the town clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, county, and other professional organizations. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of town clerk and specifically recognize the effective service of Brighton Town Clerk Dan Amon, who has modernized and streamlined the office of town clerk in order to better serve town residents. Now therefore be it proclaimed that I, William W. Maley, Brighton Town Supervisor, and members of our town council do hereby recognize May 7th through May 13th, 2017 as Municipal Clerks Week in the town of Brighton. And we extend our appreciation to Brighton Town Clerk Daniel Amon for all that he has done and continues to do for the members of our community. We also thank the staff in the town clerk's office for the vital services they provide and their exemplary dedication and service to the residents of the town of Brighton. This proclamation is signed May 10th, 2017 by myself and by my colleagues on the town board. Dan, thank you for all that you do, and we're proud to recognize you. We made sure Town Clerks Week would be held at a night when we'd have a meeting with a particularly large crowd.
Well, I just
so
wanted
Dan
to
could
say
get the applause he deserves.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thanks everybody for coming out for this tonight. I appreciate it really means a lot I do appreciate it that this is the reason everyone came tonight. I would be remiss. I know the proclamation mentioned it, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention members of my staff. So, my Deputy Clerk Dave Marcus, who I think is somewhere in the building tonight. My Deputy Receiver Peggy Lull, and I have two new part-timers that started in January and are killing it. Melanie Ryan and Kathy Masters. All four folks are Brighton residents, which I thought was important because they have ownership in the town, and they're your friends and neighbors, and it's good. You see people come in every day, and it's a little disarming. You have somebody when you walk across the counter. Maybe it de-escalates things sometimes, so sometimes that gets a little bit can be an issue at times. So I just again want to say thank you, and I know normally everybody leaves after the proclamation happens. So if anybody, we're out. The supervisor is always encouraging people to stick around for the meeting. You're always welcome to. If you're going to leave, thanks. But if you want to stick around, please do.
And now you know why I do love them to death. We're now going to begin the open forum. During the open forum period, I was talking a little bit about this, but members of the audience may address the town board about any matter, whether or not it is a matter on the agenda for tonight. But as I mentioned before, this is not the public hearing on the Whole Foods proposal. So I would ask that if you are here for that, and you would like your comments on the record of the public hearing, which I would very much encourage you to do, if you would please hold your comments until that public hearing is called. But if there is anybody that would like to address the town board about any other matter, again, whether or not it's on the agenda tonight, please come forward to the podium. If you would, please state your name and address. Please address your comments to the board and not to other members of the audience. Please be courteous, and frankly, that goes for the whole evening. Try to be concise. If you have written comments that you're going to read from during the open forum, please feel free to simply give them to the town clerk, and he will make sure that they are entered into the record. I would also note that I would ask during the open forum, and frankly for that matter during the public hearing, please, matters that are related to personnel of the town are really matters that have to be discussed in executive session, and I would ask that you refrain from any personnel matters of that sort. We have had one person sign up. I didn't see him here. Is Ray Tierney? Oh, there's Ray.
Right here.
And
And this seat's going to be available.
because Ray may leave early. Ray spent 20 years up at this table, and Ray continues to serve the town as a volunteer on behalf of
See, I'm
Historic
smiling.
Brighton, and he wants to talk about an event that Historic Brighton is putting on.
Actually, thank you, Supervisor Mealy, and all the people at the Distinguished Crescent. Chris, how's that seat?
It's hot.
Okay, good. Now, I don't want to steal any of Dan's thunder. My name is Ray Tierney, and I'm here to talk about something related to Historic Brighton. But before I do that, Dan, I hate to tell you this, but there's an awful lot of activity today for National Day. Today is National Lipid Day. Today is National Shrimp Day. Today is National Clean Up Your Room Day. Today is the National Bike to School Day, National School Nurse Day, National Receptionist Day, and here's the one that's a real killer, because this really will apply to most of you by the end of the night. It's National Third Shift Workers Day.
Ray, I don't know if you were paying attention. He gave me a week.
Well, I can go on with the rest of the week if you want me to. I was here a couple of months ago, and I talked about an event that Historic Brighton with the town of Brighton is holding in June. And I'm here to just to remind everybody and sort of run through it quickly. We're very excited about it. Historic Brighton is going to celebrate Gideon Cobb Days. Gideon Cobb was one of our not founding fathers, but one of the first businesses, if you want to put it that way, in the town of Brighton. Brickyards, making bricks. Cobb's Hill, named after Gideon Cobb. So Gideon Cobb Days is going to be celebrated on Friday, June 9th, and on Sunday, June 11th. On the 9th, we're going to have a food truck picnic at the Buckland House. And the exciting thing that day is we're going to give out the first Leo Dodd Heritage Preservation Award. Leo was the first president of Historic Brighton, and we are going to memorialize that by giving out the Heritage Preservation Award. Can't announce who won the award yet. I may come back in a couple of weeks and make that announcement. On Sunday, June 11th, this is really, not that Friday isn't a big day, but Sunday, we want you to bring the family, and we're going to gather at the trailhead, and we're going to have a nature walk for kids, families, kids. You can park in the temple parking lot. We're gonna go down the trail. There's going to be a scavenger type hunt, and it's for kids and adults. And then we're going to get to the Buckland House, and we're going to have an old-fashioned ice cream social, free. If you register by going to the historicbrighton.org site, you can register for free up until the 8th of June for the ice cream social. And so we're looking forward to it. It's Historic Brighton's way to take our mission, which is to celebrate Brighton's heritage, and sort of reach out and broaden our appeal and reach out to families and get kids and adults interested in our exciting past. Again, it's historicbrighton.org. All the information is there. And more importantly, you can sign up for both events. And the most important thing is the Sunday event is free if you go and you sign up before June 8th. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ray. Now you know why I love him to death, too.
Hey, wait, I forgot.
Well,
Our
I used
sponsors.
to.
Our sponsors, because we couldn't
Yes,
do this if we
thank
didn't have sponsors. We have Brighton Rotary as a sponsor. We have the Chamber of Commerce, and we have Dollinger Associates. And the last one, and I know who it is, but I just didn't know the company name, Electronic Field Productions is also a sponsor. So the thanks goes to them because, as I said, it's a free event on Sunday for the family. Thanks.
Thanks, Ray. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board during the open forum? Yes, ma'am. If you would please come up to the podium.
Hello, everybody on the town board. Congratulations, Dan. You have had some matters with you, and you've been most gracious and patient. So this is a gray area of whether it relates to the plaza or not, but I have a...
Can I just ask you if you would to state
Oh,
your
I'm
name
sorry.
and address, please?
Joan Rosenthal
Thank you.
on Dunroven Lane off Edgewood in Brighton. I have a concern about the fact that at present there is no left turn from Allens Creek Road going from Clover to Monroe. There's no turn on Allens Creek Road to turn left onto Monroe. People who want to go straight to Westfall Road would have a lengthy wait if there are people waiting to turn left. You have to wait behind them. There's a right turn lane, and very often people will go turn into the right turn lane to go straight. So, and I'm not quite sure I understand
Well,
why that is.
and I am going to ask that that does, I think it's a comment, it's certainly relevant to the discussion of environmental issues relating to this proposed plaza. If you would like your question and concern to be reflected in the record, and I think it's certainly relevant to the matter, and it should be. I would ask that you do that. I would just note that because Monroe Avenue is a state highway, that is not an intersection that the town of Brighton truly controls.
Because I had this concern even before this whole.
Understand.
So how would you suggest I, or anybody else who's concerned about that, go about it? Because I think going the other way, there is a left turn.
And I know you sent me an email, I think earlier today.
Later today, so I didn't know if you got it. Yeah.
And I did, and thank you for that. I will share that with our highway department. We have discussed that intersection with the state DOT over the years, but I think it's always appropriate that we let people know that our residents do have concerns about that intersection. So I will forward your communication to our highway superintendent. He will make sure that it gets before the appropriate people at the state.
And then how would we know if there's any? I saw some lights that are kind of wrapped in plastic at the intersection today, and I don't know if those are new lights that will do something different.
I couldn't tell. I don't know.
You don't, okay. So
But
it's not
but-
your, not your area.
Right. But thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I suggest you come to Public Works, just as a monitoring.
Is there anyone else that would like to address the board during the open forum? Again, open forum is for matters, any matter that you'd like, but I would encourage anybody wants to speak about the Whole Foods proposal to please hold until we open the public hearing. Yes, sir, come on up.
Yes, my name is Jim Lill, and I live at 322 Cobb Terrace. I'd like to encourage the board to explore the possibility of adding contiguous sidewalks on Elmwood Avenue, specifically the north side of Elmwood Avenue, where there's broken sidewalks. You have to cross from one side to the other, and it creates a hazard for pedestrians. That lack of sidewalks has been in place as long as Elmwood Avenue has, and we've added it spotty, but it's still broken. I know they're adding some sidewalks up near Lac DeVille, but we still have a stretch between approximately Hemingway and I think Westland with no sidewalks. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. And I also want to acknowledge and thank you. You have monitored, started and administer a Facebook group relating to traffic in town, and that's a great thing. As you know, I follow that, and when I can contribute, I do. But let me talk about that just briefly, because it is an important issue, and I think one that folks here in the room would be interested in. A couple of years ago, the town of Brighton did a bicycle pedestrian master plan. That was an important part of our general sustainability thrust. Obviously, the more transportation in town that we can do on bike or on foot reduces traffic. It's good for our health. But if we have incomplete infrastructure, specifically sidewalks, but also trails, that hampers our ability to do that. The bicycle pedestrian master plan, among other things, took an inventory of all of our main arterial streets in town, identified those that have complete sidewalks, some that have sidewalks on one side or the other, some that don't have sidewalks at all, some, as you noted, where you have to keep crossing back and forth. And I identified some places where improving the sidewalk network would be a positive thing. That part of Elmwood is certainly one. There are sidewalks there on one side. At one point, they shift over. As part of a project that the county will be doing later this year at the corner of Lockdeville and Elmwood, where they're going to be putting in a traffic signal and a left turn lane. There will be some added sidewalk put in there, but not completely. I would also note that sidewalks in Elmwood are incomplete on the other side of the 12 corners. And there was some work done a number of years ago on that part of Elmwood. There are sidewalks in places on one side of the street there, but not on the other. Every year, as part of our budget development process, the town of Brighton does a 3-year capital improvement plan. And we have identified this segment of sidewalks here as an area that we would like to prioritize if we are able to do so as part of our capital improvement planning, not for this year, but it is something that we are looking at going forward. And obviously, depending on funding availability, and certainly pending the opportunity for the public to weigh in as well, looking at completing that. There are a lot of school kids that walk to the high school and the middle school or ride their bike down that stretch. Obviously, with the park now across the street, there's a lot more people looking to get there, and we do want the system to be as complete as we can. So your comment is duly noted, and I think it makes a lot of sense. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address the town board during the open forum? Okay, hearing none, we will continue with the rest of the agenda. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda of tonight's meeting?
So moved.
Motion by Jim, seconded by Chris. Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DeFonzio?
Aye.
Councilmember Werner?
Aye.
Supervisor Manley?
Aye. We will now begin the public hearing. We have one public hearing tonight on the proposed Whole Foods Plaza. That public hearing specifically relates to the supplemental draft environmental impact statement. And I'm going to get into a little bit of the jargon, try to lay the groundwork for why we are all here and where this fits in the process in just a moment. But I'm going to ask the town clerk, Dan, has the necessary legal notice been given for this public hearing?
Yes, Supervisor. The notice was published in the April 20th edition of the Brighton Pittsburgh Post.
Thank you. I'm going to now declare the public hearing to be open. I do want to note, a moment ago, I talked during the open forum about remaining courteous. And one of the great things about members of this community is that you can come to a meeting that has generated some pretty high level of interest and passion and continue to remain courteous to your neighbors. I think in general, the last public hearing that we had on the draft environmental impact statement was exactly that. I am going to ask, though, that you please refrain from cheers and jeers and applause. I know it's really, tempting to, say, yeah, we're with you. But what I want to make sure tonight is that everybody feels that they have the opportunity to share their comments about the supplemental draft environmental impact statement with the town board. I don't want people to feel that if they say this or that, people might not be happy, might jeer them, whatever. So I am going to ask if you would please try to refrain from applause, from cheers, from jeers, from other comments. As I said before, everyone will have the chance to be heard tonight, but time that's spent in that way simply slows down the evening for all of you. So I'm going to ask that you do that. Now, I would also like to just briefly set the table, if you will, for where we are tonight. Back in February of 2015, the Daniele family companies submitted an application under the incentive zoning provisions of the New York State law, Section 261B of the town law of the state of New York, and the incentive zoning code of the town of Brighton. I think it's important to note that incentive zoning is part of the state law of the state of New York, has been for over 25 years, and the town code of the town of Brighton. As part of the process of considering that application, we are required under the State Environmental Quality Review Act, otherwise known as SEQR. When you hear people talk about SEQR, and you probably will tonight, that's the State Environmental Quality Review Act, which is the primary state law relating to environmental review of actions that a government organization like the town might take. Back in September of 2015, before that, the town determined that it would declare itself to be the lead agency and that this was a project that was likely to have a material impact on the environment, determined that it was a Type 1 action under the State Environmental Quality Review Act and required environmental review. Back in September of 2015, we held the first public hearing related to this matter, and that was a scoping hearing, when members of the community, probably some of you that are here tonight, had the opportunity to address what the scope of the environmental review of this proposal would be. What are the environmental matters that were likely to be of significance? Obviously, traffic was one of them, but there were other issues as well: drainage, community impacts, and the like. So that hearing was held. Following that hearing, we completed the scope of the environmental review, and based on that scope, the applicant submitted a draft environmental impact statement to the town in February of 2016. Now, the town board, based on a recommendation by our consultant, Stantec, and we do have a representative of Stantec here with us again tonight, made a recommendation that that initial draft environmental impact statement was not sufficiently complete. It was not adequate for public review. And the town board, relying on that recommendation, made that finding and determined that it was not ready for a public hearing, and directed the applicant to resubmit. The applicant did that, and in May of 2016, the town board did make a finding that that second submission was sufficient to hold a public hearing. It was sufficiently complete to hold a public hearing on. That doesn't mean it was perfect. It doesn't mean it was final. It simply meant that it provided adequate information for the public to be able to intelligently comment on it. And in fact, that's what you did. In June and continued into July of 2016, we held a public hearing on that draft environmental impact statement, or DEIS. Now, following that, and we heard from a number of people, including a couple of formal groups. Some people asked for that a supplemental draft environmental impact statement be prepared. And in fact, based on some additional information, among other things, that was submitted during the course of the public hearing on the draft environmental impact statement, in August of 2016, the town did direct that before there could be any further environmental review of this project, the developer would have to prepare and submit to us a supplemental draft environmental impact statement. And in fact, right around the 1st of December of 2016, the applicant did submit a document that it identified as a supplemental draft environmental impact statement. However, once again, our consultant reviewed that, members of the town board reviewed it, and determined that that document, although it was identified as a supplemental draft environmental impact statement, was not sufficiently complete and adequate for public review. And so we again directed the applicant to prepare a supplemental draft environmental impact statement, which they did. And in February of this year, they submitted a supplemental draft environmental impact statement. That supplemental draft environmental impact statement was further supplemented by the applicant in March of this year. And in April, the town board took action to set this public hearing that you're all here for tonight. Now, in setting that public hearing, as we are required to, again, by SEQR, the State Environmental Quality Review Act, we opened a written comment period, and we have been receiving written comments. We reflect a couple in the agenda tonight. I know there have been some others that have been submitted to me by email just today. All of those written comments and all of the written comments that are received by any of you or anybody else on or before 5 p.m. on May 22nd will be included in the record of this public hearing on the supplemental draft environmental impact statement. So whether you're here tonight, if you have some more things to say, or if you're not here tonight but have some thoughts, want to share them with us, you have until May 22nd at 5 p.m., that's a Monday, to do so. And they will be taken into account. Now, where do we go from here? Let me say again, and this is very, very important, and I can't stress it enough. We are in the middle of the environmental review process as we consider this project. No final decisions have been made, pro or con, to approve or disapprove this project. I've heard people come to me and say, "You've made up your mind already." We have not. Legally, we cannot. We are here tonight to listen to you. And whatever you may have seen on any sign or heard or whatever, and that's fine. I'm glad that people are talking about this project. But I can't stress enough, we have not made any final decisions. And I'm going to walk through how we would get to a final decision. Because the next step after this public hearing on a supplemental draft environmental impact statement is the preparation of a final environmental impact statement. And SEQR requires that a final environmental impact statement contain, or at least references, a few things. One, it must include the draft environmental impact statement and any revisions. So in other words, it would also have to include the supplemental draft environmental impact statement as that document has been revised. And if I recall, the initial draft environmental impact statement was also revised by the applicant. So all of those materials will be included in the final environmental impact statement, either directly, or they're very long documents, so they may be included by reference. All substantive comments that we have received during both the public hearing on the draft environmental impact statement and the supplemental draft environmental impact statement. Whether those comments came verbally at one of the public hearings, which were all therefore included in the formal record, or whether they came in written form. Now, I will note that as part of our direction to the applicant, the supplemental draft environmental impact statement does include responses to at least some of the traffic-related comments that came in during the public hearing on the draft environmental impact statement. But before the town can consider an environmental impact statement to be final, we will insist on answers to all of the substantive comments that were received during this public review process. The lead agency may also, and that's this body, the town board, may also direct that further changes from the material that was submitted in the supplemental draft environmental impact statement be incorporated in a final environmental impact statement. So a lot of people have asked what the timeline is. Some people have asked, why has it taken a while? And it has. But it has taken a while, and the town board is not in a position to control the time frame, because we, up to this point, have largely been responding to submissions from the developer. And from this point, and of course, to comments from you during the public hearing, which is what we are going to continue to do after tonight's event. And so it takes time to do that. We will, as we have to date, continue to do that expeditiously, but I can't tell you that that's going to happen along this timetable or that timetable. But I can tell you that that would be the next step. And that final environmental impact statement is then followed by a findings statement. And that's a set of findings by the town board based upon the final environmental impact statement. We cannot prepare any findings until there is a final environmental impact statement. And what the town board has to find in order to move forward with the project, and I'll tell you what moving forward means in a moment, we have to find that the applicant, through the final environmental impact statement, has minimized or avoided adverse environmental impact statements to the maximum extent possible, and that mitigation measures identified during this process have been incorporated into a decision to the extent practicable. Now again, I know that sounds like a lot of legal mumbo jumbo, and it probably is, because it comes directly from the State Environmental Quality Review Act and guidance that the state has issued from that. But all of that is by way of further saying to you, number one, your comments tonight matter to all of us a great deal. We're here to listen. As one of my colleagues said tonight, this is a hearing. That's what we're going to do. We're going to try to hear what all of you have to say. But I think, again, it's important to note that there is a process. It's one that we are going to continue to follow as we work our way through this environmental review process. Now, there is also a second parallel process. Under the incentive zoning law, again, of the state and of the town, we opened a public hearing. When we opened the public hearing initially on the draft environmental impact statement, we also opened a public hearing on the incentive zoning application itself, and in particular, not exclusively, but on the amenities and the incentives, requested the amenities that the developer has offered to mitigate the impact of incentives that the developer would need in order to carry out the proposal that they have submitted to us. And those amenities and incentives are pursuant, again, to the state and town law relating to incentive zoning. That public hearing would be continued, assuming that we do get through the environmental review process with affirmative finding statements. And I want to stress again, we have not done that. We will not do that until we get to that point. But at that point, you'll have an opportunity to weigh in on your thoughts on the amenities. There are amenities now in their proposal. We have gotten comments through the seeker process on those amenities. That is appropriate. If you have looked at the comments, and by the way, I think it's important to note that all of the comments, the written comments that I have made, as well as my colleagues on the board, are all up on the website. And you will see that included in my comments, and I don't recall exactly what everybody else said, there are comments relating to the adequacy of certain of the amenities that have so far been offered by the developer, but those will be relevant to that final incentive zoning hearing. Then and only then can the town board make a decision after we've completed an environmental review process with affirmative findings and completed the substantive review of the project itself. Can the town board make a decision to proceed? I know that's a lot, but this is a significant and important project, and for that reason, we are reviewing it very closely, as we would with any significant project submitted under our incentive zoning rules. We have a couple of, the developer has asked to make a brief presentation tonight. There are a couple of attorneys here, at least one that's here, that with a consultant would like to make a brief presentation tonight from the Hodgson Russ firm. I'm not sure if there are other attorneys here. There, okay, thank you. We will be hearing from the attorneys who have identified themselves as representing groups. I know there may be other attorneys in the room, but what I really want to hear is from you, the public. So only those couple of groups that have identified themselves and participated in the process to date are going to start. Again, I'm going to ask them to be brief. I'm going to ask everybody else to please be brief. We haven't taken any lists. We never have sign-in lists at our hearings. Now, I will note that in our other rooms, and we are going to get people from all of the rooms tonight. If you're in those other rooms, there's someone down there with a list, just so they know who in those rooms would like to speak to us. And we're going to be rotating through the various rooms, calling everybody up to speak. So that's where we're at, and I'm going to recognize Mr. Jerry Goldman on behalf of the applicant to make some initial brief comments. Thank you, Jerry.
Mr. Goldman, before you begin, do you have an estimate as to how long you believe your comments are going to be?
4.5 minutes is my estimate.
Okay, thank you.
Sounds
It was
good.
5 minutes before the supervisor went through all the detail that he went through and did a very fine job. We will be brief. And in addition to me, we will also have some words by our our project engineer on this matter too. Good evening, Mr. Supervisor and members of the board. For the record, my name is Jerry Goldman.
I live at 59 Branchwood Lane in the town of Brighton, so Mr. Supervisor, you're my supervisor too. I'm the attorney and agent for Daniele Family Companies, who is the developer of the proposed Whole Foods Plaza, located on the site of the former Clover Lanes Mario's Restaurant and Mama San's Restaurant on the north side of Monroe Avenue, east of the 590 Expressway on-ramp and west of the Pittsford Animal Hospital, located at 2816 Monroe Avenue. I give this description for a specific reason. This site does not touch either Allen's Creek or Clover. It is within those boundaries, at least Clover in the area which is nearest to Monroe Avenue. As Supervisor pointed out, we're here tonight for a public hearing on the Supplemental Draft Environmental Impact Statement, the SDEIS. In the Town Board's resolution, it was limited to traffic, and basically, it was limited to traffic in light of the discoveries regarding the operations of Monroe Avenue, and in particular, how it was affected by issues of the signal timing at the traffic signal at Monroe Avenue and Clover Street. Town Supervisor did a great job in setting the background on this, and tonight we are here for comments on that particular aspect of things. Last week, there was a widely publicized town board workshop, and at that workshop, attended by members of the public, the developer's engineer and traffic engineer presented drone photography depicting traffic conditions as well as computer modeling of the traffic as may be anticipated as part of this development. In the few minutes that were allotted, and I've said 4.5 minutes, I want to address one issue that's been out in the public discourse before I turn this over to Jess Sudol, who's a project engineer from Passero Associates. Supervisor did point out there are attorneys here from the Hodgson Russ office, and the well-funded business opposition is represented by Mr. Spitzer from the Hodgson Russ office in Buffalo, which has sent mailings, conducted polling, funded robocalls to many of us Brighton residents, including me, has constantly talked about this supersized Whole Foods building, grocery store. In fact, the 50,000 square foot grocery store is allowed with the planning board approval for a conditional use permit. Our analyses reflect that. The Wegmans down the street, as a matter of perspective, is about 2.5 times as large as this store, as proposed. The final scope, which was referred to by the supervisor, of the environmental impact statement requires us to analyze alternatives, and the alternative dealing with size deals with the maximum density allowed under code, which for this particular site is 70,400 square feet. That is the basis of our analysis of that alternative. As it relates to traffic, I'm just going to do a bullet point of what Jess is going to talk about in a little bit more detail. In summary, we utilize existing traffic conditions, taking a look at the drone photography and counts that were performed by the traffic engineer. We also overlaid proposed improvements proposed for the area, including a traffic light at the plaza entrance and an access management plan for the south side of the road that will allow 5 properties access to a traffic light and a control in a better way for traffic flow along Monroe Avenue. We've also modified our internal shopping center circulation so the traffic flow to and from this plaza and along the Monroe Avenue corridor without access, again, to Clover Street and Allens Creek Road will proceed in a safe and orderly fashion. With that, just like to turn it over to Jess for a few comments.
Jerry, if I could please, I do need to clarify something that you said.
Okay.
You are correct that when the town board directed the preparation of a supplemental draft environmental impact statement, we did direct the applicant to respond to questions relating to traffic issues. But the supplemental draft environmental impact statement itself goes beyond just the traffic issues, and in fact did introduce other new information, some of which does not relate to traffic. And I want to be clear tonight, this public hearing does not just relate to traffic issues as set forth in the SDEIS, but it relates to the entire SDEIS, including material that was in the original draft environmental impact statement, modified material, as well as some new information that is on non-traffic environmental issues. So I just want to clarify that so that anybody who is here knows that the scope of this, and as you know, Jerry, because you do appear before us on a regular basis, when we hold these hearings, our goal is not to try to, split hairs as to whether testimony relates to the environmental impact of a project. We want to get, the public input. And so just to clarify that this hearing is on the entire supplemental draft environmental impacts.
And I agree with that, Mr. Supervisor, and I appreciate your clarification. Thank you.
Jess?
Evening, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board. I'm not sure if Jerry used all 4.5 minutes that we had. I'm sorry, Jess Sudol from Passero Associates, project engineer. But I'm going to try to also keep this brief under 5 minutes. I'd like to just do a very quick overview of what we've been up to the last 9 months with respect to the supplemental draft environmental impact statement, which is mainly resolved around traffic. I appreciate the board giving us the stage last week to go through a very detailed simulation explanation of what's actually contained within the document. And I would hope that many members of the audience here and at home this evening have had a chance to review those documents, which are provided online, because I think there's a lot of good information there. Mainly because I get it. I get the idea that traffic has been historically bad on Monroe Avenue, and if you're going to add a Whole Foods Plaza, I understand people saying, well, traffic's just going to get worse. It's absolutely going to get worse, and that's where, that's the end of my decision. But there's reasons for why that's not true. I mean, it's just simply not true, and the reason for that is, I think we need the benefit of the doubt in the sense that there is an opportunity because of this project to improve traffic conditions. And I hope that some people don't just stop right there listening to me and just discount that as not being true, because it really is. And that information is contained within the SDEIS, which has been subject to amazing scrutiny, not just by members of Passero Associates and SRF, the engineers, but also by members of town staff, by their town consultants. I think the supervisor did a fantastic job of laying out the timeline and how long this has been going on. And really the reason for that is because every detail had to be absolutely correct and absolutely as conservative as possible. I mean, we have literally thousands of hours of studies and review to ensure that we're not going to make the traffic worse. And, the detail and the data is really there to back it up. But I just think it's important that those that do speak have had the opportunity to review those documents, because I simply do not think it's fair to say the traffic's bad now, the Whole Foods is going to make it worse. That is not true. Really quickly, one of the things I want to say and talk about is, how did we end up in this SDEIS? It was largely a discrepancy in the signal timings from Monroe Avenue, specifically eastbound at the Monroe and Clover intersection back in 2016. The DOT, when we originally prepared the DEIS, gave us the signal timings and said, here, use these for your traffic study. We did. Shortly after, they sent a letter that said, you used the wrong signal timings. It doesn't match what's actually out there. To which we were kind of said to ourselves, well, how could that be? You gave us the data. Shortly after that, what we discovered was the signal light at Clover and Monroe Avenue was not functioning correctly. Specifically, the eastbound direction was only giving 40 seconds of green time, as opposed to the 57 seconds that it was supposed to give to cars traveling eastbound. Now, what does that mean, practically? Well, 40 seconds of green time, only approximately 38 cars can travel eastbound through that intersection during one cycle. With 57 seconds, approximately 62 cars can travel through that intersection in one cycle. When you take that difference over the course of an hour, specifically the peak hour, that means 800 vehicles, 800 to 1,000 vehicles were not able to move through that intersection, which, as proven by our models and also proven by the drone videos, led to incredible backup starting from Clover, going all the way past 590 and all the way up to Westfall. And that was really a result of the malfunctioning traffic signal. this SDIS and this process really brought that to light. So the DOT, the town engineers, Stantec, ourselves, SRF, worked all through the fall with the DOT to get that signal back to where it was supposed to be, back to that 50 seconds of green time. And as documented by the videos, we took videos every single day almost to show the improvements that were made to that corridor. And without a doubt, the traffic improved substantially as the DOT increased that green timing. We then worked very closely with the DOT, Stantec, to make sure that we all agreed on what exactly the existing conditions were that should be used for the traffic study. We did come to a consensus on what those numbers were. Remember now, the entire basis of the DOT's letters last year and this SDIS were we weren't using the proper existing conditions. So it was that important that we made sure that we were, in fact, using the correct existing conditions. And again, we did come to a consensus to that in the fall, which then allowed us to move ahead with the revised traffic impact study. Now that we had existing conditions, it was our task to make sure that we were properly analyzing the amount of traffic that would be generated by our project. We went and found comparable stores. We went into Connecticut. What we proved over and over, which is also shown, again, I don't want to go into the details of it, is that all of our estimates that are included in our traffic study are extremely conservative with respect to the amount of traffic that this project is going to or could generate. So the results of this, the results which are shown in the study, the results which ultimately show that there's not a significant negative impact, are all based on extremely conservative worst-case scenario numbers. As shown at the study, there's 2 points of access to the site. Both points are off of Monroe Avenue. There's a proposed traffic signal, and then there's another access point slightly to the west of that, which is a right out and a left in, but does not have a traffic signal. There is no proposed access to Allens Creek Road or to Clover. The proposed condition includes coordinating the traffic signal with the existing traffic signals that are along the corridor. That does not exist today. There is not coordination between those signals. Why is that important? If you've ever been driving down a corridor that has lights that are closely spaced, and one turns green, and then the next turns green, and it all just happens to work out for you, that's because they're coordinated. Our proposal is to coordinate the traffic signals to improve the traffic flow.
Jess, I'm going to ask if you can wind up pretty quickly here.
I will. And then when you talk to amenities, I want to say it's not, it's only 27.8% than what's allowed by code. What does the town get in return for that? Well, the town gets a project that brings the corridor into compliance with the corridor studies that have been in place. And it does that through the implementation of the access management plan, which is a backage road that combines up to and over 5 properties to provide access to a signal light. It's exactly as prescribed in all the town's planning documents, and ultimately makes the corridor safer. So not only will it flow better, but it will also be safer, and all that is included within the SDIS.
Thank you. Please, please. I hope we can keep all night. I know it's going to be a long night, but I am going to, again, ask no outbursts with speakers. I want to ask, we have someone from the Hodgson Russ firm, Mr. Spitzer, I believe.
Mine is going to go first with your permission, sir, from the Neighborhood Association.
All right.
Adam's going to take part of my time as the traffic engineer. So we're going to try to, as you asked, we're going to keep the time to a minimum.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Supervisor, members of the town board. Robert Brenner with the law firm Nixon Peabody in Rochester here this evening on behalf of the Clover Allens Creek Neighborhood Association. I'm going to keep my remarks to about 3 or 4 minutes. I'm only going to make 3 points, 2 of which are background in nature and responsive to some of the comments that were made by the supervisor and by Mr. Goldman this evening, and 1 which relates to the SDEIS specifically. My first point is a number of people have come to us, including in the hallway this evening, expressing some confusion about incentive zoning. And from the feedback I've gotten, part of the confusion stems from the way the town has characterized and administered the process so far. Because of that, I just want to make crystal clear for those who don't understand the process specifically, that the town law allows for incentive zoning to be utilized, but it's not utilized by all towns, and it's not in every town code. The town of Brighton has specifically adopted its own incentive zoning regulations, which again is not the case in every town, and the town board has allowed this project to go forward under incentive zoning. More to the point, Town Code Section 209-5B in the town of Brighton says that this board is to determine whether or not an incentive zoning project is, quote, worthy of further consideration. There's no right to incentive zoning, and this board so far has made a determination that the project can continue down this path. The town board has absolutely no obligation whatsoever to allow this project to proceed by incentive zoning and to allow the developer to bypass the other discretionary zoning approvals that would otherwise be required if the project proceeded under town code and traditional zoning limits and standards, which are in place for the protection of the community and the quality of life in Brighton. The community again asks that this town board this evening reject the project as an incentive zoning project and instead tell the developer to proceed under traditional zoning. We want the developer to build a successful project, but the project should be reviewed and considered under traditional zoning limits that apply to everyone else. The town's incentive zoning regulations very clearly and specifically require, quote, applicants to provide amenities that assist the town to implement specific physical, cultural, and social policies in its comprehensive plan. We fail to see how any of the amenities proposed legitimately further these interests, and that's even more the case when you consider the magnitude of the benefits that would inure to the developer compared against significant traffic impacts on a road that's the worst in the county, adverse impacts on residential neighborhoods, and other detriments the community might face. To that end, my second point is, not only is it a bad idea to exercise the discretion to allow this project to proceed under incentive zoning, it's also a bad deal for the town and its residents. Incentive zoning is a method by which the town can bypass traditional standards and simply make a deal with a developer in exchange for benefits back to a town. We received a copy of a March 27 letter from Save Monroe Ave relating to a forensic accounting study of the zoning proposal. And in that report, the CPA concludes that approximately $16.2 million of additional gross revenue could potentially inure to the benefit of the developer in exchange for approximately $900,000 worth of a stoplight and some other mitigation improvements. I say that this evening because the town could require these amenities as approval conditions to discretionary zoning approvals required under the code or mitigation measures under the State Environmental Quality Review Act, which you're considering this evening. My third and final point is, we're here tonight obviously for a seeker public hearing. SaveMonroeAve.org submitted a comprehensive letter dated January 6th. We, on behalf of the association, submitted a similar letter on January 25, and I'm aware of an additional letter from Save Monroe Ave that was submitted on March 24, further reiterating legal and substantive deficiencies with the SDEIS and the DEIS. We concur and join with all comments that were raised by SaveMonroeAve.org and stand again on the comments we've previously made in hearings and the submissions that we've made. In short, we continue to believe that the developer has failed to provide the required information under the scope, information this town board appropriately required in the scoping sessions. And it's also, I might add, information that several town board members specifically required of the developer in written and oral comments. I appreciate the supervisor's opening remarks that some of these issues will be addressed in the FEIS, and we appreciate that, but we still think that based on the scoping session, the DEIS and the supplement that was provided is deficient. What's extremely puzzling for us is that we've spoken for months about our concerns about traffic dumping into residential areas. We've seen a revised plan that shows access being cut off onto Allens Creek and Clover, but we're concerned, based on our review of the plans, about the site layout and traffic flow on site, that when the project fails or traffic on Monroe Avenue fails, the DOT is going to force the developer to open up those rear access points and dump into the neighborhoods. We want that to be addressed now. With all that being
You
said,
have used quite a bit of the
I'm almost
time.
at 30
that
seconds.
your
With all that being said,
three-person group, so I would ask you to wind it up very quickly.
and we're here this evening, Mr. Supervisor, on behalf of a number of folks that have deferred their time to us. So with that being said, we'd again urge the town to require this project to proceed under traditional zoning and the requirements of the town code and make that decision now. This project shouldn't proceed under incentive zoning any longer, and there's no reason to continue going through the State Environmental Quality Review process on that basis. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Brenner. Mr.
Thank you,
Spitzer.
Mr. Supervisor, members of the board. It's nice to see you again. As we discuss I'm Daniel Spitzer of Hudson Ross on behalf of Save Monroe Avenue. I want to thank you for the opportunity. I want to thank you for what you did on May 2nd. We asked you some time ago to do a traffic study that the public can attend with the experts and have that session, and you did. We thank you for that. What we're curious about is why we still don't have a baseline study. As Mr. Goldman honestly said tonight, the baseline includes a conditional use permit. Guess what? That means it's not the baseline. You still don't have an as-of-right baseline. You should not have accepted this SDIS as complete. Their attorney admitted it's not complete. And yes, I appreciate that their engineer admitted that their first study covered up a lot of things. But you know, sir, you made a really good comment, Mr. Supervisor. You ordered these people to answer all the questions about tax, about the environment, all the questions that the board members had, that the public had. And as you said tonight, they answered some of them. The correct step tonight to do what Rob said is to send this back for a proper supplemental so that there's a public comment on a proper study. We are here about the quality of life. We are not here, as the developer apparently thinks, about how much tomato sauce you can get in a particular jar. We are here about the quality of life of the community. This is not a proper incentive zoning project. The state law, Euro law, says you cannot give incentive zoning when there is environmental damage. And they've admitted in this report to significant environmental damage, as they put on their website, record-breaking traffic. And that's what you're being asked to sign off on. This is not an incentive zoning project. Incentive zoning is discretionary. It requires benefits that are, as the Court of Appeals put it, uneconomic projects, things you can't get. And what are we told? The amenities are required mitigation, seeker required mitigation. You have 0 amenities. Tell the people in this community why they're getting a project with $16 million worth of benefits against $900,000 of cost. That's their number. The real cost is 0, because none of them are benefits. None of them meet the definition of the law. So I join with Rob in asking you to send this back to traditional zoning. My clients are not opposed to Whole Foods. My clients are not opposed to the redevelopment of this plaza. My clients want it developed at the size that your comprehensive plan called for. And stop, because I know you're very anxious about time. Rob covered a lot of my comments. I just tend to do it in all caps. But I'm going to turn it over to the engineer so he can give you more of the specifics. I thank you again for your time.
And he did not leave the engineer a lot of time, but if you have a minute, if you can sum it up in a minute or two, because I really do want to hear from the public.
Absolutely. For the record, my name is Adam Frasino, representing McFarland Johnson. My address is on the card. I wanted to cover, for the sake of time, just cover a few key points. As Dan alluded to, the baseline alternative 6 that was analyzed as part of the submission showed in their site plan that they had 60% coverage, and that included all of the green space on the 2 residential properties as well. Under the town code, you would analyze the coverage under just the commercial property, where when you do that, it's actually 73%, so a variance would be required for the alternative 6 for that, as well as the special use permit, which Dan alluded to for the oversized building. The other point I wanted to make was the distribution, which this has been brought up in previous comment letters. It was also brought up last week during the video simulation, that showing the number of vehicles percentage-wise that are making lefts at the unsignalized intersection as opposed to the main entrance signalized intersection. We don't believe that when this is, if this is built, that the customers would choose to try to make a left at an unsignalized intersection on Monroe Ave as opposed to the signalized from a perception standpoint. Even if there truly are more gaps there, we don't believe that the traffic would actually do that. I'll skip to the other access modification plan. Shows a lot of the driveways, and we do agree that safety improvements would result if all of those driveways were restricted to right-ins, right-outs. Without the right-ins and right-out restriction, you'll have left still trying to enter those parcels. Today, they have a dual left turn lane, which allows cars to wait to make a left turn without blocking Monroe Ave traffic. However, with the proposed Whole Foods, that two-way left turn lane now turns into a left turn only lane into Whole Foods. So it actually does restrict the access to these properties. If they were all restricted to right in, right out, it would work. But that's not what's being proposed day one when it's constructed. And lastly, which was also noted on previous letters, was the levels of operation. They're still showing levels of E and F operation levels which typically most towns would assume are not acceptable, and those were mainly for movements entering the proposed plaza. And I think lastly, the proposed signal timing that was mentioned, the coordination, is very sensitive. We went over this, they went over this last week, how it's going to be coordinated with 590 during the one time period, and then it'll be coordinated with Clover on the other time period. And any kind of glitch in the system, whether that be a pedestrian pushing the crosswalk button, whether it be a bus pulled over on the side of the road, dropping people off and picking people up, any little glitch like that happens, you're looking at significantly lower levels of operations on Monroe Ave. It's a very sensitive corridor, and their model is assuming the best case scenario as far as everything being coordinated and all traffic happening with no incidents. And because it's at that sensitive level with E's and F's for the turn movements, all it would take would be some insignificant event like a pedestrian crossing the road, which could then cause the signal coordination to go kind of haywire on it. So I wanted to just point that out, which was mentioned last week, but wanted to get it on the record. We also have a more detailed letter that we'll be submitting tonight as well.
Great, thank you very much. I don't believe we have any other groups represented by council. So we are going to start, and as I mentioned earlier, we're going to keep rotating through the rooms. I'm gonna ask, is there anyone up in this room upstairs right now that would like to address the town board? In the rear, yes. Come on up, sir. Yeah, come on up, Tom.
Feel like it's my lucky day because I got my hand up. My name's Tom Gillette. I live at 105 Pickwick Drive, which is less than 1,000 feet east of the eastern edge of the proposed development. For the town board's council, I'd like to do a very, very quick poll. For the next public hearing.
Tom, I'm going to ask you to not do that.
I'll make it part of my suggestion. The next time, my recommendation is, when we do the next public hearing on this topic, the lawyers and experts went first this time. Next time, let's have the public go first. I have a large amount of comments. I've read through the 160 pages of text and accompanying attachments and exhibits which comprise the most recent SDIS, and I've categorized my comments and concerns in 8 or 9 different categories. Some of them we've already heard about: traffic, amenities, the alternative proposals, the AMP, the Auburn Trail pedestrians, which is a section, of course, the construction, and then other concerns. Fortunately for all of this, I'm not going to take you on a trip through this tonight, except to hit what I think are the high points and some conclusions that I would offer the board. Simply put, on the traffic issue, for those of us who live in this neighborhood, who drive this stretch every single day, who've been here for 20 years or more, the conclusions of the traffic study and the dismissal of the issues in the SDEIS are simply not believable. As to the amenities, got an idea tonight. Instead of several of the things that are being offered, which frankly, as a neighbor, I don't see much value in, how about if the developer puts sidewalks on both sides of Elmwood? Just a suggestion. There's also I'll just point out one of the amenities, which is offered, the redevelopment of site with multimodal connectivity to surrounding commercial and residential neighborhoods. I feel like Diogenes looking for the honest man. I can't find a neighbor who says, oh boy, that would be great, because we're not even sure what difference it would make to our value of life. Among the other concerns, I think we heard at the traffic presentation and in other comments made by the developers that the 50,000 square foot Whole Foods store remains in all of the alternatives because that's what Whole Foods wants. I suggest the town board should not allow the tail to wag the dog. Whole Foods' desire to be competitive is not necessarily in the town's interest. In fact, because of the different components of Whole Foods stores, permitting a store this size may have adverse impacts on existing Brighton businesses. I've got a number of conclusions, but I'll spare you all 10 of them and just try and hit the high points. My recommendation, I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my wife, we want the town to take action to guarantee that parts of this area within this triangle of Clover, Monroe, and Westfall, which are currently zoned residential, stay that way forever. That includes lands that are now owned by the church. It includes parts that were co-opted during the years that this property has been developed kind of off the record. And as a kind of go along with that one, to maintain a buffer of the project to the neighborhoods, no parking lots should be permitted to encroach on any portion of residential land. We believe that some level of right-sized commercial development of this parcel should go forward, but that the total retail density should be significantly reduced to 70,000 square feet or less, with proposed uses compatible with the traffic realities for the site. And we're not sure that we've seen that yet. Access to the Whole Foods Plaza should be limited to Monroe Avenue driveways now and forever. And there needs to be a binding agreement that would also prohibit any additional possibilities of new access points on Clover Street. For example, through the currently the wooded lot that's mentioned in the proposal, there's also a lot between the Baptist Church and the residents at 2229 Clover Street. All of those should be in writing that no access will ever be granted to Clover Street through any of those parcels. We've heard speakers mention the comparability to the Derry and Connecticut Whole Foods store. Made some suggestions for data that's available, that could be available about that store and other stores, other Whole Foods stores of this size, 40,000 square feet or larger. And we suggest that the town board require the developer to provide that data, get it from Whole Foods. I mean, we live in an age of data. It has to be available. Somebody probably got their PhD putting this kind of stuff together, but we don't see it in here, so it's very hard to gauge exactly what the impact will be. I have my comments in writing, which I will provide.
Good.
I think the takeaway is this, as has been stated, is a very important development for Brighton, and great care needs to be taken to protect our community. And that's what we're counting on you to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to call on the gentleman here in the front row. No, I think Mr. Trapani there had his hand up.
Thank you very much. My name is Sam Trapani, a 21-year resident at 1253 Clover Street in the town of Brighton. I travel through the intersection every day, sometimes multiple times. From Clover Street heading south, turning left or right on Monroe or going straight is never a problem. I never have any issues there. Actually, maybe some people do, I don't. Traveling in other directions is difficult at times, but I know that I'd like to give you a copy of my notes for the record tonight. And I'm just going to touch on a few of the things. Not including the car wash, which does not have an exit onto Monroe Avenue between Clover and 590. There are 10 driveways. I think you're aware of that. And as a unprotected left turn accident survivor in the town of Brighton, I can tell you it's very dangerous to try and get it out of those properties especially. The developers offer to provide $1 million in traffic mitigation work with the alternative entrance. I'm not sure, somebody said that it's not an incentive to the town. I can't understand that one. I think it's a great thing. I think it really needs to happen. I'm very concerned that the town taxpayers and the town board is possibly subject to liability for what may be considered negligence. If you get a real hotshot attorney and you have somebody who gets killed out there making a left turn, and we all had a solution which the developer has offered, and the town doesn't take advantage of that, you get the right attorney and the right jury, and we could all be in trouble. Okay? I attended the traffic presentation last Tuesday. It was very informative, well prepared. The engineers did a great job. I'd love to see the opposition spend some money and hire a traffic engineering firm to do a simulation instead of coming up and asking for the developer to continually go back and provide the data. Why don't they do that? Because I think the developer has spent a lot of time, a lot of money, 2 years now, and whatever it cost. And they also mitigated the traffic situation on their dime at the Clover-Monroe intersection. And that didn't cost a few dollars. That was tens of thousands of dollars. Is the town going to reimburse them for that? The simulations were well presented, did not show significant increase in traffic from proposed development. If the project proceeds with the addition of new traffic light to control access to both the north and south sides of Monroe Avenue, and the timing is coordinated as they suggested, then their study did not show a significant increase in traffic. And the traffic lights can be changed. The programming could change on those lights to accommodate any increases if there are any. It's not the end of the world. They just changed the traffic light timing and it mitigated the problem. In fact, Town Councilman Novros admitted that last week during the traffic work session. An interesting observation about the town zoning regulations that there is no consideration for the type of business, only the square footage of the properties being built. I was here this morning, I spent some time with some of the staff over in the building permit office, and we talked about that. If, for example, you had a 5 or 6, 8 to 10,000 square foot restaurants, for example, on the property, the traffic from that during the peak rush hour times would be far greater than what you would get from a Whole Foods supermarket or any supermarket for that fact, even if it's larger in size, because it's spread out throughout the day. They don't have the peak time periods that restaurants or certain other types, health clubs, things like that. It should be considered. And the state allows the town and any town to use the incentive zoning law because of the simple fact that projects are different and you have to review them and make judgments based on the data presented to you. Nothing's black and white. It's not that cut and dry. One of the engineers mentioned, or one of the lawyers, I can't remember now, mentioned that people will not take a left turn at the first eastbound intersection that's not controlled by a traffic light. Well, I was here for that meeting last week, and when the traffic light, the proposed new traffic light is red for the east and westbound traffic coming out of on Monroe Avenue, people will turn left when there's no oncoming traffic. Absolutely will. So I'm not sure where that comes from. Let me see here. So another thing we found out this morning, that I received one of these postcards. You probably have seen this out there, which says here, the town of Brighton is poised to grant this developer a special deal to supersize the proposed Whole Foods Plaza, allowing a grocery store that is 250% of what the code allows. So I asked the town staffer what that means. You know, where are they getting that from? Because everyone talked about 70,000 square foot versus 90,000 square foot. Those are the two numbers. The property as it's zoned right now can have 70,000 square feet of store space or whatever it is built out. They're asking for 90,000. That's a 27.8% increase, as one of the other gentlemen pointed out. It's not a 250% increase, so this is false, misleading. It's derogatory to the town board and to the developer. And they don't represent me. I don't even know who these people are because I don't think they've been disclosed. I don't think they've disclosed who the members are of that group. When you consider the fact that the supermarket of 50,000 square foot would have less traffic complications than multiple restaurants, then I don't believe the excess size request is unreasonable. That's why we have incentive zoning. A very important point was made by Town Board Member Novros during last Tuesday evening's presentation. I reviewed the video posted on the town's website about 6 times. I want to make sure I had it right. And it was the May 2nd Town Board Workshop video at 1 hour, 2 minutes, and 5 seconds. Town Board Member Louise Novros said, and I quote, "People that want to go to Whole Foods will go to Whole Foods no matter what the size is. That means whether the store is 30,000 square feet or 50,000 square feet, the traffic will be the same." I agree 100%. So as a taxpayer in Brighton, I would opt for the largest store possible because it will generate the most property, school, and tax revenue, and sales tax revenue. Remember we talked about during that work session last week? The sales tax, yes.
Louise?
No, you didn't say, I'm sorry. No matter what the size is, end quote, I'm sorry, apologize. That means whether the store is 30,000 or 50,000, traffic will be the same. She did not say that.
Okay.
I agree 100%. As a taxpayer, I would opt for the largest store, generate the most sales tax, property and school tax revenue. We talked about, or you folks talked about the market basket. The bigger the market basket, the more products the store gets to sell, the higher the sales, which will then in turn relate to the income to the town from sales tax.
Mr. Trapani, I am going to ask you to wind up quickly if you could.
At the end of the day, if the town can achieve little or no impact on traffic, as the study and presentation last week demonstrated, then we should approve and get this project underway as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman here in the second row. And I'm going to ask that we get 3 people up from one of the other rooms to follow this gentleman.
My name is Mike Kiefer. I'll be shorter than everybody here. Basically, I drive up and down Monroe Avenue every day. I do live in Parrington. I work in the city. I have a brother who's at 2148 Monroe near the CVS, and he needs to be looked in on every day, so I happen to go up and stop and see him every day. Just curious about this meeting. Don't have any skin in the game, but I left Hampshire and headed towards Pittsburgh Plaza the other night, Thursday at 5:41. I thought, wonder what really is the traffic. What's it like? Well, it just so happens that I hit every light green from Hampshire up to the Wegmans entrance there. Now, it turns out there's 7 lights, but if they were all synchronized, I went at about 33 miles an hour with traffic. It took less than 3 minutes. I'd say 2, but that'd probably be a liar. I mean, if I said it was under 2, but it was way closer to 2 minutes than 3 minutes to get from Hampshire to the Wegmans light because I hit all 7 lights green. Now, if the Daniele's had an 8th light in the middle that was also green, I would have hit right through that. So really, this thing that's like a ruse or not a ruse about can they synchronize the lights? Yes, they can synchronize the lights. If you go down Monroe Avenue in the morning, you're going to know that after you hit Westfall, if you don't catch that light before where they're coming off the expressway, you're done. You're going to hit red, 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 red. But if you hit that one, green, you're green all the way. So I really think it's not fair to say that we couldn't keep the traffic flowing as it was the other day. I hit all green, 2-3 minutes to get from Hampshire to Wegmans. What else can I say except for shortest one tonight? How do you like that?
Thank you, Mr. Kiefer. Do we have someone from one of the other rooms? Okay, great. We're gonna get some people from some of the other rooms so that everybody has a chance. They'll be right here, just in case you didn't all hear that. Yes, sir, come on up.
Hi, my name is Craig Jensen
from 285 Clover Hills Drive, Brighton. I just got 3 points maybe I'd like to make. First one is, I don't think you should grant the incentive zoning because the trends in retail are really more online now than they are for people to go out shopping. And I'm worried that if we build more retail space here, all it's going to do is detract from the possible leasing of other retail space. I don't own retail space in Brighton, but other retail space in Brighton. There's a lot of other retail space in Brighton that needs tenants, and if you build more here than is required, then it's just going to dilute the quality of the retail space in other locations in Brighton. So I think it goes back to a quality of life thing that we're going to have plazas that are not going to be at their peak, and building more is not necessarily the best for Brighton. Number two, today was Bike to School Day in Brighton. So I, along with a friend who lives on Shoreham, biked from our neighborhoods to Council Rock. And we used the trail, the Auburn Trail that goes behind this property. We couldn't use the part directly in this property because it's all closed, right? There's barricades and things. But we could use it from the Allens Creek Office Park all the way to Council Rock. And it's an amenity, and it's a quality of life thing. And they're proposing for this project that the trail be detoured around their parking lot. So the right-of-way that's been established, that's very valuable, that's a clean shot, that allows for visibility and safety and biking, will now be diverted around their parking lot instead of being, a visual and very usable corridor. And I don't see how they can say that they're providing an incentive, or there's an incentive zoning idea here, when actually they're reducing the quality of life and reducing the amenities that I have now by putting this project into place. So it's confusing to me, and I don't think we should give up amenities like that actually, a project like this should be an opportunity to make it better. That trail should be improved by the developer, not made worse. And it sets a very bad precedent when somebody like this comes in and starts modifying amenities that we have, because future developers then will ask, gee, we did it before for Whole Foods, let's do it again for my project. And pretty soon the trail is not usable at all. So it doesn't make any sense to me that this would be something that we would allow. The right sizing of the project, I think, would allow for no parking to extend beyond the trail, which would be much better in terms of amenity for the residents in our neighborhood. The third point I would make is that most of the development in Brighton for retail space has primarily just a small amount of parking in the front and parking along the sides. We don't have plazas that have really deep parking lots. And a deep parking lot, when you drive down Jefferson Road or when you drive in front of Marshall's on Monroe Avenue, the stores are set way back, and it changes the whole kind of identity of the community. So I would encourage them to take that plaza portion of the development and move it closer to the road, maybe angle it 90 degrees, so it actually has a face facing out towards Whole Foods. That way the trail wouldn't be behind the backyards of this plaza, and we wouldn't have a giant parking lot in front of this little plaza. We'd have something that's much more consistent with what's in Brighton now, a lot more, I think, of a neighborhood plaza and a lot less of a big parking lot. So I think, they did an alternative study for another, they did one alternative that showed a different composition to the site, but they didn't do one where they took that plaza and turned it with its back towards the veterinary building and its front towards Whole Foods, which would give both the trail and Monroe Avenue kind of a presence and not hold back on this amenity that we have. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. And again, I'll just say to you and anybody else, if you do have written comments, please feel free to submit them to the clerk.
I'll write them up and send them in.
Absolutely. Thank you. Mr. Zog.
Hi, I'm Jason Zoglin. I live on Rhincliffe Drive here in Brighton. I was at the last meeting, the big meeting we had. What was that, back in June? And I'm here tonight, and I've been here about 20 years. I haven't been to every meeting, that's for sure, but from my experience, these are the two biggest ones in terms of number of people. I don't know if we keep track of that. There's been some other big issues. This is big. And what I want to give credence to, when I came to the last one, I didn't speak, rare for me, but because I wasn't sure. And I knew in my mind, to be perfectly honest, I had some bias against the Daniellis. The thing with trying to encroach on the Eagle's Nest didn't win any respect from me. But I said, you know what, I don't know enough about this property. I have to listen, do what you're doing. So we were here late that night, after 10:30 or so. I listened to a lot of things. And then when both the experts and traffic engineers and others, for and against, and so I followed up a little bit on my own. One thing I did was, there was some contention about whether the traffic actually backs up on 590. So I drove by there at, rush hour, 5:30 or so. I usually don't go that way. And it was backed up on 590. I don't need a traffic engineer to tell me it does or it doesn't. I went and saw it, and it does. It does. So I talked to people that work, friends, neighbors, and I think, I'm not going to do a show of hands because you've asked not to do that, but I think the fact is most of the people at both meetings, by a long shot, the citizenry is saying, we don't want this. This is too big. This is not what we're looking for. I've heard from several people that, well, what if we don't approve this like it is? Maybe something will be worse. That's not good enough. We have to make it right for our community, for our quality of life, and that's what you guys do and have done in the past. And I would just urge you, anytime there's a consultant, the consultant's being paid by somebody, if we threw out both sides, both attorneys, not throw them out, I don't mean that respectively, disregarded what the consultants, I do, especially the part about lawyers. If we toss both of those, and I understand they're scientists and they have drones and et cetera, and I believe in the scientific method, but part of the scientific method is talking to lots of people that drive down there every single day. And I heard last one that stuck in my mind. I don't remember the woman's name, a senior citizen that spoke at the last meeting, very soft-spoken, very articulate, and she said, no, it does. It backs up on 590. I've been in it multiple times. I think that kind of data, this kind of data, is as relevant as a study that someone's paid to do that study. This is science too. Lots of people with lots of eyes and ears, and we've heard people on both sides, but the vast majority of people I've talked to out there say, this is a bad idea. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, in the standing there, yeah. I think we have two people here from different rooms, and then we're going to go back, call on some people from the live room here. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Camille Haupt. My husband and I live on 26 Whitestone Lane. My husband and I moved here over 5 years ago, and we chose Brighton because of its commitment to community, diversity, and sustainability. I grew up in Webster, where life is worth living, although I think Brighton is now. We're raising our 3 young children in the neighborhood right behind the proposed Whole Foods site. And I'm really discouraged that despite the meetings, and these numerous meetings have been the first town meetings that I've attended, that despite all of the residents here, all the rooms are full. We illegally parked somewhere in the parking lot because there's no parking, so I apologize. That despite this, our voices are not heard. And I just had this idea of Brighton as being very forward-thinking, not kind of selling out to development. And I understand we're not opposed to the Whole Foods site. In fact, I was initially that's great, but I think it's the size of it. And I think more specifically in our neighborhood, we're more concerned with the fact that we would like to see a legally binding agreement opposed to opening any secondary access sites on Allens Creek and Clover. I think that's, even my 9-year-old daughter, when I was driving here today, she goes, tell them to keep our neighborhood safe. And I'm concerned that people would cut through. I mean, there's lots of concerns that may or may not be valid, but I think as a community, all of us coming here time and time again and spending our whole evening and paying babysitters 4 hours, coming here and sitting here and voicing our concerns, I just encourage you to just hear our concerns. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm just going to take a real quick point of personal privilege here, because you're talking about your 9-year-old reminded me of something. We have a board member here who's got a grandson that she would just like to very quickly, and I had intended to do this during the open forum. Louise, did you want to say something to James?
That's why I had my camera going. My grandson's birthday today, so I just wanted to say happy birthday, James. They were going to be keeping him up so he could see this.
James, happy birthday. You're a great kid.
Hi, I'm Delia Ingham, and I live at 172 Wintergreen Way. I grew up in Brighton, and I liked it so much that my husband and I raised our 3 kids here in Brighton. And some of my fondest memories of a kid, when I was a kid, was my brother and I getting up Sunday morning and riding our bikes through the streets. And it was quiet, no businesses were open, and there was no traffic. And I know things change. You know, we've gone through Loblaws was on Monroe Avenue, and then Wegmans took over, and now Mann's Jewelers and a number of other shops. But I still ride my bike, and I walk around Brighton. And I also have to say that I've been involved. I was a passenger twice on Monroe Avenue in a car that was rear-ended just in that area. So there's a lot of traffic. I drop my car off to be worked on, and I walk home, and the traffic is horrendous in that whole area. Brighton has been trying to keep the traffic closed. We don't want it to enlarge. When they say enlarge Monroe Avenue, Brighton tries to keep it at a manageable rate to keep everything safe. We have students that walk from that Clover area all the way to the high school, and I know this because I've had scouts that do that. High school kids don't like to ride the bus. So there is foot traffic and bike traffic all throughout Brighton, and we want to keep it safe. So I would say don't give a variance to have a larger building or larger stores. Keep it small, because we want Brighton to be a safe and a nice place to live. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to get, I think you're standing there, and then we're going to go back to the live room here. Come on up.
Hi.
Good evening.
My name is Maud Kane. I went to Nazareth. I grew up in Brighton pretty much. And that lady just reminded me that after church we used to go down to Uncle John's Pancake House, and there was no traffic. Anyway, it's a street I still drive down 2 or 3 times a week. During the course of a medical career, I drove ambulance for 12 years, and I can tell you that it was enough problems just getting through 12 corners. I would not want to have to navigate through what is being proposed. When looking at the big picture, all I can think of is we have malls closing left and right in Rochester, with people scrambling to get anchor stores and renters for these mall spaces, and yet now suddenly there's a development that doesn't, in my mind, need to be put there. It's a bad location that I'm thinking because of all the existing traffic. And I just, looking around, I don't see anybody here starving. I don't know why we need more food. I mean, what is Whole Foods going to provide that we obviously don't already have? In a 1 square mile radius, there's enough food, and we have adequate health food stores that are, easily, accessed, and I think that the traffic and the pollution and the noise, my sister lives in the Willowbend neighborhood, and it was a pristine little place with no little sidewalks because you didn't need sidewalks. And now it seems like Beijing. It's going to be too much pollution, too much traffic, and I just don't think it's a good location for that store. So maybe they should concentrate on some buildings that are already available, you know, and recycle the buildings that we already have. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. This gentleman is clearly wanted to speak.
Hello, board members. My name is Ellie Fisher, lifelong Brighton resident, grew up at 104 Westerlo. I currently live with my wife at 624 Eastbrook Lane. I'm also a business owner. I own Rock Recycling Company. And I have two issues that I want to speak about. Of course, the traffic. Living on Eastbrook, obviously close to French Road, and some people have alluded to about the 590 traffic. It backs up all the way to 590 Winton, from where I can see. To add another light, 4 lights that already exist, add another one, it's going to be a pain. And just on that stance alone, I disagree. But my main concern is this incentive zoning. Many of you have had the pleasure or displeasure of meeting me. But I have been trying for the last 5 years to open up a recycling facility in this town, which is actually the greenest town in the county. And I've only received nothing but pushback and only been alluded to going through a use variance. Now, to offer a company or developers an incentive zoning, which are going to sweep underneath the rug 22 different variances, 22 in a residential area, but you won't allow a recycling facility in an industrial zoning, I think is quite, especially what the town needs. The blue bins are the heaviest in the county. Those blue recycling bins are heaviest in the county. Now, maybe because I don't have enough money to pay for this variance, and this might be a pay-to-play type of thing, I don't think that's fair. You're going to let somebody who's not even a born, lifelong guy that graduated from Brighton, somebody that has given, his all to this, not going to give him the opportunity to open up a recycling facility. But you're going to get a company from Texas to come in here and, let's say, bully their way through. I don't think that's right. And I must say, if I must conclude, if you're not willing to listen, like this guy told me before, that the majority of these citizens don't agree with it, if you're not willing to listen to these citizens, I have to say to the board, I think it's time for a change. So I hope you respect my opinion. I hope you listen to these citizens because they really do care, not only about the safety, that's another thing that I've been listening to, but you need to listen to somebody that's trying to bring business. If you want to hear about a business that wants to come in, why don't you talk about what helps this community? We need to talk about what helps this community, not what's going to hinder this community. So please, with all due respect, please listen to your community, and please listen to me. I beg of you, do not accept this plan. Do not allow incentive zoning, which there is no grounds, there is no incentive by adding another light. And they talk about amenity. Recycling facility, if you look it up, is a civic amenity. And you guys will look past that, but not look past this. I beg of you, please reconsider this thought. Please, please, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. The gentleman here on the aisle. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. My name is Michael Scott. I live at 54 Laconia Parkway in Brighton. I've been a Brighton resident along with my wife for 32 years. I've been reading Section 209 of the Town Code, which introduces the concept of incentive zoning for Brighton, and for me, the key phrase is that by the end of the process, the town board must determine that the proposed amenity provides sufficient public benefit to provide the requested incentive. That says, to me at least, trying to read the intent behind the words, that we are permitted to break the rules if in return we get some really significant benefit to the town out of having broken the rules. And I'm trying to understand how the amenities that I've heard described for this project fit that conception. And the argument strikes me as awfully circular, that putting in a larger development than traditional zoning rules would require will exacerbate traffic problems on Monroe, and the amenity is to improve Monroe to reduce the traffic problems. And that seems to be the principal amenity that's being talked about. And I guess I would welcome, if you can speak to it, sir, your sense of how the town board will go about its task eventually of deciding whether the proposed amenity is sufficiently large to warrant waiver of the standard zoning process. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yep.
My name is Pamela Frame. I grew up in Pittsford. I moved to New York City and lived there for 14 years. And then I came back in 89, 91, and I've lived in Brighton on Holland Avenue since then. And I want to counteract the letter that someone wrote to the town board and said, have any of these residents lived anywhere else other than Brighton? My scientific study of traffic includes Monroe Avenue and all of the boroughs of New York City. My two most memorable accidents were both in front of Mario's. I don't think they had anything to do with Mario's.
Please.
I'm sorry. I don't think they had anything to do with Mario's. I think they had to do with the traffic on Monroe Avenue. Unless you can move Pittsford, I think it's always going to be a difficult area, or Brighton. But it's a difficult area. It's a difficult intersection. The lights, whether there's one or two, I think now there's one when there used to be two. There used to be one right before the overpass and one right after the overpass. People don't necessarily see the second one after the overpass, and there's nothing that Mario's or Whole Foods can probably do about that, nor can Brighton maybe, because people are coming off 590. It's a nasty intersection, and I don't believe that you're going to be able to convince the residents of this area that there's going to be less traffic or better traffic with the addition of a great grocery store, another great grocery store. I like Whole Foods. I also like Wegmans, but it's going to be a popular store, and it would be a great store. Where'd you go? A great store, but I had two accidents right there. I didn't have any accidents in New York City. 14 years. I'm sorry, it's funny. I mean, I didn't have any accidents, but I got hit twice in front of Mario's. So that's my scientific study. I didn't have any accidents in Pittsford either. I'm 64. I mean, I think I'm deadly serious about this, that getting hit with your kid in the car from somebody coming off 590 is a pretty scary experience. And it was Christmas Eve. And that's what I want to say. I just think it's a really bad idea, and the traffic studies aren't going to convince me, because I've been there in that car when I got hit twice. And I think other people also, all these people who have lived there all their lives, we tend to stick around in Brighton and Pittsford. And for great reasons. You know, you all know this, why we stick around. And it's a great community, and people care so passionately about this. And so they really care about what goes in that really unique spot. And so I know why they want to put that store there, and it's a really good reason why they want to put that store there. And I'm all for having a great thing in that spot, having a great little addition to the community, but I am not for plugging up that intersection. And I just don't think that no matter how you run those studies, that this is going to be good for this community. And I wish that something better could be found. Some solution could be found that is not going to increase that traffic. There's got to be a way, because I was in that car when we got hit, and it was awful. And my kid was sitting in the side that got hit. and he had just had knee surgery. So, anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir, in the back, Argyle.
Thank you, Supervisor, members of the board. I was hoping I didn't go after this young man. It's hard to follow a young, good-looking entrepreneur in a three-piece suit.
If you could state your name.
My name's Michael Barbado. I don't know anything about traffic patterns. I don't know anything about building property. I've known the Daniellis on and off for about 20 years, and I know Mario came here with practically nothing, and he's done nothing more than what any of us would want in this country, and that is to develop an opportunity. I've known them. I've been in their home. I've met his wife. They are gracious. They are shrewd, and they are business people. Nothing more than any of us else would want to do, whether you're a business person or a teacher or the chief of police, is you want to do your job well, and you want to do it like no one else has. And they've been developers. That's what they do. They've contributed back to the communities that they've, if you want to call it, taken from, for some of you. I've heard valid arguments on both sides. And so, again, I didn't come here to give an opinion one way or the other, because I'm not smart enough to speak to it. But I do know the family, and they are the real thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Absolutely.
Mr. Supervisor, Honorable Board, my name is Robert Cagle. I live at 1960 Clover Street. That is directly across the street from the Harley School. That is location that it's on the traffic study for looking at the amount of cars that go by. I have a direct personal interest in this where I live. In addition, every afternoon during the week, I travel from the village of Pittsford westerly on Monroe to the light at Clover Street and turn right back to my home. And I can tell you that there is a lot of traffic there, day after day, except the weekends. Now, I want to make 3 points quickly, I think. First and foremost, the nature of this proceeding. We're here on a rezoning. And it's important to know that the nature of zoning as such is that zoning is a legislative act. And as such, this board can deny an application for a rezoning for a good reason, for a bad reason, or no reason at all. If you would like to say case citations, I have them on my phone. I'll save you the time otherwise. I'm suggesting to you that and telling you that through my research, that is the law. So you're not obligated to grant this like you would be in a similar situation if you were for a planning board for a subdivision approval or site plan approval. That's a different way of looking at it. This, though, is yours to review, to accept, or reject for any reason you want, like any other legislature that wants to take up legislation or not. That's an important first step. Number two, we're here on incentive zoning. And I have read over some of the papers, and I've listened to some of the people. And the whole notion of incentive zoning is that there is an incentive given to the developer, like in this case, the right to build more space, commercial space, to make more money and provide more services and to provide and create more traffic. That's an incentive to him beyond what the zoning would otherwise apply. On the other hand, there are amenities. Those are benefits. Those go to the town and its residents. So the idea is there's a quid pro quo for this. For the incentive that the developer gets, an amenity has to be given back by the developer to the town. Now here, from what I can been able to see, we know what the incentive is. They want to put a whole lot more space, build a lot more space than they're allowed. So what are the amenities back? Well, one supposedly is a traffic light right there, a new traffic light. Well, I have to tell you, that is not an amenity. That's not a benefit. That demand for a traffic light is there because of the new proposed facility. Without there wouldn't be any need for the traffic light. So that's a secret mitigation measure. That's not a benefit. That's not an amenity. In similar fashion, the notion that they will they'll build the new facility, then the trail that goes by there will be moved to go around and it'll connect again. Oh, well, that's not an amenity either. That's a mitigation factor that they'll still hook the trail back together when they're done. The third thing I read about is open space. Well, traditionally, open space is an amenity that's given by a developer to a town. But here, this, from what I can read, is hardly an amenity. That little bit of acreage there that's all marshy by the Baptist church there is hardly any benefit coming back to the town or its residents. So I suggest to you that then you look at this balance, the town is getting no amenities for the incentive it's giving to the developer. So I think that the whole thing falls right there. Third and finally, traffic. That's what we're here about. That's the environmental issue, is traffic. And we're here on the supplemental draft environmental impact statement. And I understand that the gist of that is from the traffic expert is that the DOT is going to come in and tinker with the light, and it'll all be great. It'll all work through just fine. Even though right now, with nothing up there in the Mario's property at all, even not, if you put in allowable zoned building, we're talking about something going way beyond that. Somehow, we'll tinker with the light and it'll all be great. Well, I just don't believe it. And I just don't believe most of the residents believe that either. And so for that reason, I just can't buy onto this, even though obviously a Whole Foods store would be just fine if it fit into the size and nature of that place, which it doesn't. So, and in the end, I ask you to think about this. What is an amenity that we really have here in Brighton? Besides great springs and summers, one of the things is the lack of something. Everywhere you go, other than the Adirondacks, if you travel to New York or Chicago, or you go to the beach, or wherever you go, you run into gridlock traffic. That's what part of a lot of life is. We don't have it here. It's great. We have a good culture. We have a great town. We do have good stores. We have economic benefit. We have some traffic, but we don't have gridlock. And I suggest to you that that's something that we want to protect. And that's right where we are. So please, save that amenity, turn this down, and accept a project from this developer or another developer that meets the current zoning. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert. And I would invite you, if you choose, to send those cases, to send the cases along, if you would like to do so. Thank you. Is there anybody else? Don't worry, I am going to call on everybody. Is there anyone else, and I know Mary Ann has been in and out of the room, do we have anybody else right now who's here from one of the other overflow rooms that hasn't had a chance to speak? Yeah, no, from the you folks are from the overflow rooms? Okay, then right here, and then the woman in the very, or I can't see if that's a woman or a man, but in a woman, yes, hi. But go ahead, you first. Yes, sorry. It's a little hard for me to see everybody out there. Sometimes I know you, sometimes I don't, and sometimes I know you when you're hiding behind someone, so, but please.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Supervisor, board, citizens. I feel like I have a unique, I will.
Okay.
I have a unique perspective being a resident and a business owner. Tina McCann, and I'm at 49 Shoreham. And I have an office space in Allens Creek in the business park. So I'm coming at this from the angle of a mother and a business owner. Like, I walk to work sometimes, and I'll walk right through the non-trail area that used to be a trail to get over to Allens Creek. And it's kind of a bummer that there isn't a trail there, because the trail goes behind the other plaza, and then there's not the trail, and then it goes in, and there's a trail behind Allens Creek. And so to bounce off what the other person said earlier about that trail missing, that's the incentive that was actually what we already had, is to have this trail. So my 3 main points are safety, because with the increased traffic, there's increased probability of accidents. So as a mother, and then caring about my patients that come see me, and the frustrations that they experience with the traffic off of 590 and everything else. So there's the safety, there's the traffic, and there's the pollution too. So noise pollution. I mean, I'm a stone's throw away from where this thing's gonna be, right? So I'm 3 houses in off of Clover, walk in, 50 steps, I'd be over there. So there'll be a lot more light, a lot more noise. There's gonna be a drive-through Starbucks, there'll be cars idling, and like all hours of the day with Starbucks too. And just more light in the neighborhood, So this is going to have a big impact on the neighborhood in a lot of ways as far as quality of life is concerned. And so those are my big concerns. And thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, in the back row. Is that Peggy? Oh no, it's not. It's Barbara. Hi. No, I'm going to take Barbara. No, you're right. Come on up. Come on up, Barbara. No, I was going to, and then I'm going to take you next.
Hi, folks. Hi, other folks.
It's good to see you, Barbara.
Yeah. Barbara Blaisdell, 11 Model Lane, which is a cute little street. It's only 1 block long, and it runs between Willow Bend and Edgewood. I just wanted to tell you this little story, which was I came out of Model Lane onto Willow Bend, and there was an entire blockade of cars, and I waited endlessly until someone took pity and let me into the line of folks. And it's only about, 5 or 6 car lengths from where Model Lane comes out onto Westfall, up to the corner of Monroe, where once you cross over, it becomes Allen's Creek. And so I had to wait 3 light cycles, and unfortunately, the gentleman that spoke before, I hate to tell you this, but we do have gridlock, and I'm sorry to say to my fellow citizens, stop it already. If there's not room for your car to get through that light there at the corner of Westfall and Monroe, don't go into it. But my point is that this is happening now. And this is happening before there's any further large-scale development. And, it turned me into a crazy person. I started to creep out into traffic because I had to be somewhere. I didn't want to leave this youth standing on a corner downtown that I was supposed to be picking up, and I needed to get through that section. And by that time, I couldn't pull an illegal U-turn, which I would have done, but I couldn't to get out. So, I'm just saying, I don't think we need to increase these issues. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Yes, the woman, yes.
Hello, my name is Deborah DePasquale. I live in a little cul-de-sac off Clover, just before French. And so I travel up and down Monroe quite a bit. And I agree with Barbara. In busy times, there's a complete gridlock from the corner of Monroe and Westfall all the way up to Clover and Monroe. And cars back up in every tributary feeding into Monroe, and it's a complete gridlock. You can sit through 4 or 5 green lights before you can. It can take 20 minutes to get from Westfall to Clover. And that's now without Whole Foods. It's absolutely crazy. And to add more traffic is ridiculous. You're going to ruin life in that area of town for us. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Doug?
Hello, I'm Doug Clapp, 50 Schoolhouse Lane in Brighton. And the first thing that strikes me is the number of times people mention Whole Foods. If the developer just wanted to build the Whole Foods and open that, they'd be within the right of their existing right. They could do the project with no question. It's a question of Whole Foods and several other buildings, depending on the version you're looking at, of how big this development is. I actually also admire the Daniellis. They're extremely competent business people and very tough negotiators. What I think we need to see is some tough negotiators on this side of the room. I don't see, some of the board members have raised very good questions in writing and verbally. I don't see those questions addressed, and I think the board needs to demand that they are. Amenities are another place that I see this falling ridiculously short. As some people know, when I worked for the town, I staffed with Mike Guy, the engineer, the Bike and Pedestrian Task Force. One of the recommendations in that was that the Auburn line be developed as a rail trail. The cost of that in 2012 was about $800,000. So I'm guessing that between 900 and $1 million would get it done from Clover Street, the border in Pittsford near Clover, all the way through to Highland. That can be done. It can be done very quickly, and I agree that allowing the developer to push into that and then calling it an amenity to redo it is not an amenity at all. I also agree that let's take the 16 million figure. It may or may not be accurate, but a lot of that money could go to other aspects, either of the bike pedestrian plan or other important plans put forward by the town of Brighton. I would like to see a lot more aggressive negotiation on the part of the town, and I also think it's a bit unfair to developers to entertain incentive zoning, which I'm in favor. Incentive zoning can work. It can work very well. There have been a lot of examples that have worked very well in this town. But to say, sure, let's talk about a project of a certain size and then go back and forth for a long, long time, I think that's unfair. I'd like to see the town be more firm and say, look, this is too big. Here's what we're willing to talk about. And you will do the rail trail and also the other priority intersections along Monroe from that quarter, let's say 12 Corners to Monroe, and you're going to kick in some money to make that work. Thank you.
Thanks, Doug. I'm going to get some people on this side. Yes, ma'am.
Supervisor and town board members. I'm Jacqueline Ingham, 52 Wintergreen Way, here in Brighton. I've been through the DEIS and also the supplemental. And what we have here is a situation where we have traffic delays now. And what we have to realize, and I'm sure you do, is that this is a very difficult location specifically because of the I-90 ramps and the close proximity of the crossroads and the other lights. Now, the applicant has presented several alternatives. One of these alternatives, of course, is his proposal their proposal for 90,000 square feet, which includes the 50,000 square foot Whole Foods. Alternative 6, which is their baseline proposal, is 70,000 square feet. And they present that as if they have this by right. They don't. This is most of these uses within Alternative 6 are conditional uses, and you have control over them. And one of the requirements for you to look at when you look at an alternative like this and a conditional use like this is traffic and its adverse impacts. So I'd like to present to you that I think Alternative 6 is not realistic as a base. that you should be looking at something more realistic as a base. The applicant is comparing alternative 6, which is a 70,000 square foot Whole Foods, as having similar traffic volumes as a 90 square foot Whole Foods. Combined with a 50,000 square foot in a 90,000 square foot complete development. They also recognize, even within these two scenarios, that there are increased traffic delays caused by the light, which, by the way, they would have to have in any instance, whether they had the base alternative or not. So anyway, I think the plan proposal is just too big. The base alternative they present is not a realistic alternative if you do your jobs and really look at the conditional uses and make proper decisions concerning conditional uses. Thank you.
Sir, yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Appreciate the opportunity to talk before you. I'm Mike Sullivan. I've been a Brighton resident my whole married life, which at this point is 42 years. I think my wife would say mostly happy, but I certainly would. I'm going to focus a little bit more on the traffic study results. Part of my business career at one point in time had been developing cues and models, so I'm not purporting to be an expert, but there's a few things I tend to focus on when I'm evaluating suggested results. One is, what's the growth that's being suggested by the overall gain in traffic? And does that meet your mental test as to likelihood? And there's a number of figures excellently done throughout the study. But what I tended to focus on was, there's a table in there that talks about segment flow, and it gives a baseline. Down at the very bottom, it's the gain. And what I realized is that the projected gain in traffic volume with the full development was only 2.7% in the peak time. And I found that very hard to believe. Putting in that size of store, putting in the Starbucks with the drive-through, as a result of that, the baseline is only being increased by 2.7%. Somehow in my mind that didn't meet the test of reasonableness. I don't know if it does that for you, it doesn't do it for me. The other part that I'm wondering about, and maybe asking if it hasn't occurred, is there going to be a third-party evaluation of the study results, an unbiased evaluation? I've been involved in many studies. I know there's ways to represent data that's very appealing. I also know that when you're talking about the impact, one of the things that need to be understood, at what point does that impact go to the breaking point? At what point, this is where the baseline is, but how much more growth is going to be needed or would exist to where you get to the breaking point? That's something I don't understand. It's something I think the town needs to explore. If it's only 2.7%, yeah, you're probably not at the breaking point. But what happens if it goes past that? At what point do you start to say this is not acceptable from a volume growth in the traffic? I think that's something that needs to be understood. I would hope that it could be done by a third party. I think there's a lot of emotion about this particular study. Not that it hasn't been done ethically or with the best intention, but I think it needs to be evaluated by a third party to actually test its validity, which I'm not sure is there when I look at the overall results. And looking at, I did view the presentation that was done last week. and seeing those cars move around with none of them in any significant visual impairment was impressive. But is that realistic? I suspect yes, but I doubt it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. I just want to, again, we're trying very hard to make this a listening event. I do want to address the question you asked about a third party. We do have a gentleman here in the front row who is the town's consultant on this matter from the Stantec engineering firm. And you heard earlier a representative from the Save Monroe Avenue group, a gentleman from the McFarland Johnson engineering firm who is a traffic engineer representing that group. So I do want to say that, yes, there are other sets of professional eyes looking at the data. And again, I just want to say, I know people have been coming in and out. Just a couple of things, and I appreciate everybody's patience. We may still be here for a while, but just a couple things. One, again, your board members up here, we are really here listening tonight. We, like you, plan on, at least like some of you, plan on taking advantage of the written comment period. We want to primarily listen to you tonight. Some have wondered why, we're not, engaged in negotiation here or somewhere else or commenting. I think some of you have referred specifically to having seen the material that's previously submitted. We have and will again, I know, be submitting written comments and questions during the comment period, and we will expect all of those questions and comments to be addressed before we're in a position to find a final environmental impact statement to be acceptable. So I just want to let everybody, understand that. And let's continue on. You, sir, are right here on the row. Yeah, please.
I want to thank the supervisor and the town board and everybody here for allowing me to speak. My name is Christopher Wilmot. I live at 19 Silco Hill in Pittsford. I don't live in the town of Brighton, but these towns are so small and contiguous that I use that intersection between Clover and 590 on Monroe at least once a day and sometimes many times a day. On the way here, I made sure I went that direction. I went up Clover from French. I took a left on Monroe and came down and took a left on Elmwood. So what I did was I counted from Monroe to Edgewood 6 lights, especially in the eastbound direction. If you do the math, that's 1 light every 1/10 of a mile. That's 1 light every 170 yards. That's less than 2 football fields. We're talking now about putting, pardon me, an extra light in. That would be a 7th light between Edgewood and Clover. To me, I'm certainly not an expert on traffic. I'm not a traffic engineer, but I do think it's, on the face of it, dysfunctional. It will not work. We already have gridlock. The other problem that I haven't heard it tonight is a while back, maybe a couple of years, the eastbound lane, the southeastbound lane of Monroe from the expressway to Clover was eliminated. And as you know, it flares out a little bit there near Royal Car Wash, but by and large, that lane was eliminated. Now, that may have added to safety, and certainly we gained a sidewalk, those of us who live in southeastern Monroe County and frequent this area. But it's already dysfunctional. We heard people tonight talking about traffic backing up on 590 North back to Winton. I've seen it myself. It's not jammed every minute of every day, and people spoke, I think, eloquently about the possibility of synchronized lights and that, Clover Street could go from 40-some seconds to 57 seconds. That may all be true, but my experience tells me that a project of this size and adding another traffic light makes a dysfunctional situation quite a bit more dysfunctional. This will be developed, this site. It's a retail commercial site. It will be developed. I don't know when. And I want to say that I know the Daniele family. They're a net asset to this community. They've created jobs. I've frequented their restaurant over many years. They're good people. They're soccer fans like I am. So I like the Danieles. I come from a family of real estate developers. I am not anti-development. But I do think when you look at this site so close to an interstate highway, on a state road, Route 31 runs from the Niagara River to almost the Adirondacks. This is a major thoroughfare. This is just the wrong project for this site. Something scaled back, something that does not require a traffic light might work here, but you know, it's an area town that I already avoid whenever I can. The only business I ever do in this stretch of road now between Clover and the 590 is the animal hospital because we have 3 cats. But besides that, and maybe I'll find another veterinarian, I don't know. But besides that, I do no business in this section because it's dysfunctional. It does not work. So, but again, with all respect to the Daniele family, they're good people and, you know, they're ethical, good real estate developers and restaurateurs. But no matter who the developers were, even my own family, I would say I'm against it. But thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, sir, right here in front.
Thank you very much for letting me speak. I'm Joe Belizia, 3 Oak Manor Lane, Pittsford. I don't live in Brighton, but I travel through Brighton daily, if not many times. I've known the Danieles for many years, and every project that they've ever done, they do what they say they're going to do. And I'm not going to talk about facts and numbers or anything, just about reality. I remember sitting in this room just a few years ago, and there was a lot of people that were opposed to the last project down at the car wash. And yet they did what they said they were going to do. Traffic is much better now than before that. And it's a beautiful property. I think that if there was a red light in front of Clover Lanes, that woman's wouldn't have been hit twice. There needed to be a light there long ago. I think that, you know, if we look at the traffic, it's going to be busy regardless. They've proven that they can do it before and they can do it again. And that Starbucks traffic is just, it's a nightmare where it is right now. It's even worse because people are going through that intersection and taking a left, trying to get in there. And now there's going to be a red light to let these people in and out. And then on the other side of the street, there's going to be a red light and all those businesses will be tied together. So instead of 5 and 6 cars trying to take a left and a right, most of them will be going through the intersection and they'll be taking the red light to get in and out. I just think that from what I've seen in the past, they do what they say they're going to do. And I think it's going to be good for everybody. And with the 37,000 people that live in Brighton, I mean, we've seen a handful of those people out here you know, speaking their piece. But how many people have you heard in the community talking about this project and they're excited to have another business like Whole Foods coming into the market? And they know that it's going to help everybody out being more competitive. So I think it's a positive thing, and I thank you very much for letting me speak. And I give them a lot of credit for, you know, moving forward and spending the money that they have in all these studies just to let you guys know that they're going to do what they say they're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Polizzi. I want to check with our stenographer. How are you doing? Do you need a break? I've been thanking a lot of people that have come up and speak, and I've asked you not to applaud, but can we just have a quick thank you and maybe a round of applause for our stenographer? Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Right here against the wall.
Thank you. Name is David Grant, 10 Schoolhouse Lane. Been there 10 years. In the past, I've talked about the paved access road that runs from Allens Creek to the old Mario's parking lot. And tonight, as I've spoken before in past meetings, I'd like to talk about it again. The main concern the residents of Schoolhouse Lane have concerning this access road is the plans the developer may have in using this access road as an additional entrance and exit to the proposed Whole Foods Plaza. This will add additional traffic that we've talked about tonight to an already busy Allens Creek Road, and since Schoolhouse Lane is a cul-de-sac, there's only one way in and one way out. I believe the current plans do not call for this access road to be used, and if that is true, we would request that the asphalt road be removed and a gravel pathway for only bikers, joggers, and pedestrians be installed. We would also request putting up a permanent cement barrier or stone wall at the Mario's end only so motorists cannot access this pathway. Until this is done, the potential of this access road to become a permanent part of the proposed Whole Foods Plaza will always be there. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Grant.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. My name is Bud Frame. I've lived within a half a mile of this project for 60 years. And I have one question, a couple of comments, and a prediction. My question is, did the Daniele family ever receive any kind of an official approval to pave the road that this former speaker just talked about? My understanding is the Auburn Trail, they took up the tracks, this is while we've been living here, they took up those tracks, and it was a bicycle run path for running, walkway, and so forth. And all of a sudden, there's a paved parking lot behind the church with a paved road that goes out to Allen's Creek Road. Was there any official granting of allowance for that paved road?
You referred to the parking lot. The parking lot.
I'm referring to the roadway and the parking lot.
But I can specifically tell you no, the parking lot, and as a result, the town directed that the Daniellis remove that parking lot, which was there improperly. And I think the Daniele family has acknowledged that parking lot should not have been built. Bud, what I'd like to do is address, we heard from, town staff and I heard from council, the history of the road and the access easements and the like are somewhat convoluted. Rather than answering that question now, we will make sure it's addressed as part of the obligation to respond to comments.
Okay.
But
I do think it has something to do with character, not asking permission, not being granted permission. So now my comment is that I've understood from the County of Monroe that the Monroe Avenue area between Allen's Creek Road and French Road is the most accident-prone area in Monroe County. I believe that's a fact. I think I've read that in the paper. And then I would make two predictions. The Daniellis have said they don't think they have to have, or they don't want to have, or don't need access to Clover Street or Allen's Creek Road. And I think what may happen is if this goes forward, the traffic will be so bad, the Department of Transportation, in their ultimate wisdom in Albany, will come down and say, you've got to have access on Allen's Creek Road and Clover Street. And you guys aren't going to have anything to say about that. They're going to say it's going to happen, and it will happen. And that would be, I think, tragic. My last prediction is, I think if you pass this and approve of this project, that at the end of your term, Mr. Supervisor, you'll be able to go back to lawyering 100% of the time. Thank you.
thank you, Bud. Yes, sir, right here in the front.
My name is Bob Walton. I live at 96 Edgewood Avenue. I've already given the supervisor my concern about Edgewood, which is a main feeder for the Evans track and for what is called, most people forget the name, Rollins track. My concern is not on so much about traffic right now. I happen to know that the Whole Food company is in dire straits. They started off this year with 164 stores. They have closed 9. On April 17th, they were offered to be purchased by the Alberto grocery stores, which is also with Safeway. Between the two of them, they have 2,200 stores. They do not want Whole Food. They would close that. There would be no tax coming in. There would be no tax of any kind coming in, and we'll end up with a building that stood next to the Charborough restaurant for almost 25 years, and grass growing in the parking lot, and windows being broken, and even coming further, look at the Mario's restaurant right now. The vandals have done a great job. The final concern is Mr. McKee, the president of Albertson, has called his board to meet on June 5th, the first week of June. And Albertson is going to make a concrete offer. So are we going to be dealing with a huge corporation, or are we going to be looking at a pile of bricks? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. I did receive and read your previous comments, and we will make sure they're in the written record. And I just, many of you may have seen this, but I think Mr. Walton referenced the financial condition of Whole Foods. Whole Foods did report their earnings for their second fiscal quarter, first calendar quarter, actually today. Their revenues for those 3 months were $3.740 billion, and their net income was approximately $117 million. So, Bob, if you can come up to the podium so everybody can hear you.
Getting to be old.
I just want to make sure everybody out in TV land can.
Also, new hearing aids. Some people yell, some people whisper. I'm just learning which way to go. What Bill just said was that company made 1.36% last year. No company can stay in business making only that amount of money. That's it.
Yes, sir, in the very back.
Hi, thank you very much for letting me speak, Mr. Supervisor and group. So I live at 1110 Allens Creek Road.
Can you share your name, please, for the record?
My name is Mike Stone, and I've lived there for about 15 years. And I've known the Daniele family for a long time, and I think no one should cast stones at that family. I'm not really very close with them, but they're outstanding people, and I've known them for a long time, so I don't think there's any issue of character here, and I'm sure whatever they decide to do there is going to be done excellently. But I live on Allens Creek Road, and what I want to say is that I don't have any studies, I haven't looked at traffic data or anything like that, but what I do want to tell you is this. Allen Creek is at a tipping point. That was, at one time, a very residential street, as was Monroe Avenue, Plank Road back way in the day. But Allen Creek is at a tipping point. And if you speak to any emergency response, you speak to the Brighton Fire Department, you speak to police officers who are actually rarely on the road, and there's all sorts of speeding on the road. But I can tell you as someone that travels that road multiple times every single day, that it's in the last 15 years, it's become a lot less residential than it was when I first moved there. And you're going to be looking at a lot more applications from people to convert their homes into home offices, dentist practices and things like that, because the noise pollution is such that, we're going to be putting air conditioning in the house because we can't leave our windows open anymore. The noise is so loud. And when trees fall down or when there's an emergency and the firemen are going up and down the road with the traffic, it's really tough. There's no side, there's no shoulder on that road. That road, based on its use, that's the sewer system was supposed to be replaced, I think, 15 years ago. And that road is just not big enough. So as more and more traffic comes on there, the road's going to have to be expanded. I think it's going to take away from some of the charm that there still is there, and it will change that area. So I'm not so much speaking against this project, but I think anything that increases that traffic on Allen Creek is going to be really detrimental to that whole area. The house I live in is on the corner of East Avenue and Allen Creek, and I think the previous owner tried to get that zoning changed to be a home office, which was rejected a couple of times, I know. But already it's just really, really busy up and down that street, and this is going to make it, I think, much more congested. So I would really think about anything that's going to increase traffic on that street for the safety of the residents. You can barely jog on that road now or ride a bike on it without, really kind of fearing for your life. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Lowe, I know you've had your hand up, but I'm going to let everybody, I want to let everybody speak once, and then if people have another round of comments. I'm sorry. I thought that was, well, let me have this gentleman here. You're right. My apologies. We'll get you up here.
First of all, I want to say thank you guys very much for the opportunity to speak, and you did a great job of explaining the order of operations in the beginning, and this has been a huge learning process for me. My name is Mina Tawadros. I live on 65 Embassy Drive. I'm the owner of Upswing Flooring. I've lived in Brighton since the year 2000. I grew up with Mr. Fisher there. I'm another entrepreneur as well. I've seen his struggle with the variances, and I kind of came here in the beginning just to speak about traffic, because there is some residual traffic that comes up to Westfall Road across from Buckland Park. But at this point, the traffic is a major concern, but it seems like it might be a little bit more minuscule compared to some of the things I heard from the gentleman from Nixon Peabody. Kind of shed some lights onto the things that you were saying before that I didn't understand, and it was kind of filling in some gaps. So I feel as if there might be a little bit of a transparency issues here with incentive-based zoning, maybe some things that the citizens need to know a little bit more in this order of operations. So kind of, their voices can be heard, and we're all here so you guys can help us and kind of get our point across and everybody kind of work together. And I just feel that there's some lack in transparency there, and that's pretty much all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Little. I was confused. You did speak during the open forum, and
So I'll repeat
after I said all those nice things about you, too.
Yeah, well, that was my dry run for this.
Please.
Again, my name is Jim Lill, and I live at 322 Cobb Terrace. I've been a resident of Brighton for 21 years, but I have experience with Monroe Avenue specifically for 60 years because my father owned a business on Monroe Avenue at Glen Ellen Way. So I'm very familiar with the growth and the layout of Monroe Avenue over the years. But the specific, I'm going to give you a list of things. I'll submit that by the 22nd. But there's been a lot of references tonight about the traffic workshop, the traffic simulations, the traffic studies. People talked about the jams and everything. And I was at the traffic workshop. I subsequently listened to the YouTube to make sure I understood it well, took many pages of notes. And one of the things I noted is the focus was on peak traffic during the hours of 5 to 6. Well, those of us with experiential knowledge, that is, those of us that travel up and down here because we live here, know that the traffic jams aren't limited to the period of 5 to 6. There's traffic jams when the school gets out. There's traffic jams at 4 o'clock when U of R let their shift go. And all that loads up all the streets. It loads up Elmwood Avenue, loads up Westfall, it loads up Monroe Avenue. But yet their study only focused on 5 to 6. So I think any traffic study needs to look at more of the day. Likewise, talking about businesses that were only open during certain hours, somebody said that. Whole Foods is going to be generating traffic all day. If you're only looking at it at 5 to 6, I frankly avoid shopping at 5 to 6 because that's when people are going home from work. I would imagine a lot of people that go to Whole Foods may do it if they're going by there on their way home from work. But traffic or travel with the purpose of going shopping, they don't come out 5 to 6. So that study, in my opinion, and I'm an engineer, I'm not a traffic engineer, but I know how to take data. That study has flaws. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'm Ross Lands of Fame. I live at 70 Schoolhouse Lane. I moved to the town 5 years ago from Arundequoit, where I think the motto was home of Arundequoit Mall. No need to say any more. I just had 2 points. I know the traffic is an issue, but the blush that I would like to put on traffic relates to the Amherst, New York Whole Foods store, which I read in the comments. I think the developer is saying there's some similarities between that store and the store that's proposed here, mostly because of size, and it needs to be that large to compete against Wegmans. That's the logic for having a 50,000 square foot store in Buffalo, and presumably why they would want that size here. But I was curious when I didn't know there was going to be a Whole Foods in Amherst that's opening this summer, so I looked in the Buffalo News, and the folks at Whole Foods were delighted to announce that this is a unique store because they are about fun, and they will have indoor bocce courts and a pub. Now, I don't know if Whole Foods has those plans for here. I assume they must if they're going through the expense of building a store of similar size. But if indeed that is their intent, and I don't cast any aspersions on the developer, and I don't mean to. I know you're wonderful people. But if the tenant has those intentions, I would hope that the town would know that, and I would hope that the folks that are doing all these traffic studies would in fact say this isn't just a grocery store. This is now a grocery store, a pub, and an entertainment center, which, my logic would seem to think would generate more traffic. And again, I don't know enough about zoning to know at what point that would come up, but it looked to me from what I read from the Buffalo project that the revelation about the gastropub and the bocce courts was something that was just approved in February on a project that's opening this fall. The other point, and I know you all know this because I know you know incentive zoning far better than we do, and I know you just relatively recently approved a project for the U of R on the west side of the town, a very large project, where the developer gave a lot, the developer being the U of R, gave a lot of significant incentives to the town. They bought additional property, I believe. They did perhaps a park. I don't remember, I looked at everything rather cursorily, but it looked like those were true benefits to that neighborhood and to the town given to us by the U of R, which is our largest employer. So I trust that you will go through a similar analysis of this project and make sure that the incentives, if any, that are given are true and comparable to what the largest employer in the county gave the town. Thank you.
Thanks, Ross. In the very back of the room there. I do just want to say there are no more speakers downstairs, so I know we've lost a lot of people up here. I want to, again, just remind everybody, we will give everybody a chance to speak tonight, and you will have the opportunity through 5:00 p.m., May 22nd, to submit written comments, whether or not you get to speak tonight. Yes, sir.
Yeah, hi, my name is Jay Rockfall at 210 Whitewood Lane in the town of Brighton. We've been residents of the town of Brighton for 25 years, at least. I'm up here because with my neighbors downstairs, we're all here, which is why all the rooms are overflowing, but we don't speak. And if you looked at who's speaking here, it's not the hundreds of neighbors of mine. And so you might think, like the counsel for the applicant said, oh, that this is really just drummed up by some big money somewhere, right? That aspersion makes me angry. And it also makes me angry when I hear the applicant talk about, oh, the reason Brighton's not getting a Chick-fil is because of Wegmans. And this, to me, is very personal, and my neighbors and I do not want this. We want the board to vote against this. The traffic is atrocious. I'm a bicyclist and an automobile person who goes through this intersection all the time. If you notice, Clover is a designated bike area from Midtown out to Men Ponds Park. I think that with this new extra light, more traffic will go down Clover. That will be more of a danger to cyclists like myself. And so I want to make sure that as neighbors we're heard, we're against this. I'd also like to follow up on the comment about Whole Foods. In the April 11th week of the Wall Street Journal, there was a couple articles about Whole Foods. And one of them said that Whole Foods had stopped any new development and had postponed new development indefinitely. I think it's worthwhile for the town to understand if this particular project is covered by that. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening. Ben Wersinger, 104 Shoreham Drive. I'm also with the neighborhood group that's really been closely following this for the last couple of years. I think if I had to pick one word that summed up how I feel tonight, the word is frustrated. Particularly because despite our concerns about two things we talked about 8 months ago, size and access. And in fact, those are two things that in nearly all the letters that the town board submitted in response to the public hearing over the summer, Nothing has changed about this proposal, nothing. It's still 90,000 square feet. We have no guarantee that that secondary access road is closed. All we get is a new traffic study that justifies the original proposal. So in my mind, we're not moving in any way towards progress. We're just basically avoiding the core issues. And we can continue to do this for another 6 months, 8 months, 12 months, that's fine. But we're basically just wasting everybody's time. Now, I was there last Wednesday, and I saw the traffic model, and they put together a very sophisticated model. I wasn't sure what data we were seeing in the actual videos, but it was pretty sophisticated. But with these models, it's only as good as the actual inputs, meaning when they first put together the traffic study over the summer, they underestimated the background traffic conditions, which seemed to be fixed, I guess, in this particular case. But the bigger issue in my mind was really that trip generation table that they created. And all they really looked at to create that was one Whole Foods, right? It was based on a Whole Foods in Darien, Connecticut, which after that meeting, I went and did a little research on that. They basically looked at that Whole Foods was a 45,000 square foot Whole Foods, but 10,000 square feet of that was actually office space. So essentially, it was only a 35,000 square foot Whole Foods. But the bigger issue is that it was really one of 5 Whole Foods in a 30-mile stretch on 95, and this particular one was smack dab in the middle of 5, meaning everybody that lives in that area has a variety of choices of the Whole Foods to go to. And the other issue is that it's within 1,500 feet of a major commuter rail station. So my point is, if you're going to get that trip generation table right, you need to look at 50,000 square foot Whole Foods. They have access to Whole Foods data. They need to aggregate stores of that size across the United States and take an average. And that will tell you legitimately what we think the trip generation will be, not solely looking at one Whole Foods. I was encouraged when the developer, I think it was Anthony, said that they don't need secondary access and can't legally do it, which is what we saw in the proposal. That's fantastic. Then they shouldn't have a problem legally committing to that in perpetuity for us if they truly do not want to use it. But I'm still very, very suspicious whether or not that's going to be the case, because if you looked at the video that they showed on Tuesday, the actual Whole Foods Plaza they had a giant driveway that was backing up towards Culver. And interestingly, they put this together after August and September when they already said, no, we don't need the access, we don't need the access. Well, if they don't need the access, then why was that giant driveway in the model? Doesn't make sense. We still don't have a baseline study. I know we've heard a couple comments on that. They assumed a special use permit. That area only allows a 25,000 square foot grocery store, not a 50,000. So they're just trying to pull the wool over your eyes about that. But the idea of usage is really, really important, because I think we need to be careful. You need to be careful about what uses you are going to be permitting in that particular spot, whether it's a Whole Foods, whether it's a plan down the road. We do know Whole Foods is financially in a little bit of trouble. Does it mean they're going to open or not open the store? I don't know. But we do know that this developer will put the highest traffic generating establishments in that particular spot. And that's the fundamental issue. So tomorrow it may be all these and a bunch of fast food restaurants, whatever, and still the same issue applies. So regardless, I think if we want to move forward in a productive way, there are 3 major things we need to think about. Number 1, we need to commit to working together towards a mutual solution. The way this process has gone so far is not in any way constructive. It doesn't reflect the needs of our residents. It basically reflects the needs of the developer, and then we wait 6 months and all of us get up here and get pissed off and start yelling. If we're going to make something that works, we need to all come, sit at the same table and say, what can we do? What are the issues? How do we not justify the issues? How do we come up with solutions to address them? Number 2, we need to legally guarantee, from our standpoint, that those secondary access points are closed. It's been our major issue since day one. You've heard me talk about it for months and months and months. We have to get it done. It preserves our way of life. It minimizes the impact of any development there. So whether this is a Whole Foods or something else down the road, you're going to see me here talking about those same secondary access points forever until we get something done. And lastly, we need to get the traffic right on Monroe. When we really commit to removing those secondary access points, it's going to force us to get those numbers right on Monroe. And I think that's in the best interest of absolutely everybody. It's been the best interest of you, the best interest of all the residents in Brighton. If we have a real idea of what the traffic impact is going to be, and we don't have this safety net of, hey, we can just cut a few roads into our residential areas and we'll be fine. If we really lock it down and get serious about getting the traffic right on Monroe, that's when we'll know we've got something. And it could be a 70,000 square foot, 80, 90, I don't care. I've said this for 2 years. I don't care what the size of this is, it just needs to be the right size. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board during the public hearing? Please.
My name is Judy Van Houten, and I live at 205 Shoreham Drive. And over the years of doing this, I know that what's most effective is facts, and I tend to be a bit on the emotional side because I love where I live. And I try to come up with something that would maybe explain in something that's not speculative the point from which I'm coming. And in our directory, our Clover Downs directory, a neighbor helped me come to this conclusion. Number one, I am a member of 80 households. We have 150 adults. We have 55 to 60 children. We have 32 dogs, 18 cats, and 3 parrots. And these numbers might change due to circumstances beyond control, but these aren't speculatory. These are real people who have invested in this neighborhood as it pre-exists. We have had a buffer, and it's getting harder and harder to get out of our street now because the traffic is extending onto Clover, so I wait longer and longer in order to be able to turn left now. Not too long ago, I came out of my street and at night, and I went, it wasn't a full moon, and there is now a big, huge, tall light shining on not only on the bank, but everywhere else. So I don't know, I've heard about something called blacklight or something, but I don't know how they got a variance to put something that is above the trees that is infringing on what to us has always been a very gentle entrance to our street. And all I could think of is like the first thing I think, oh my God, there's one, so is this what's going to happen for the rest of them? And then it's like trucks. There are basically no trucks on our street between Allen's Creek and Monroe off Clover now. There are virtually no trucks, no big trucks, no delivery trucks. And it's like, so if they're all going to enter on Monroe Avenue, if they're not going to be there during the daytime, then are they going to be there at the nighttime? So what is being done in terms of protecting us against the noise of trucks coming and going all night long in an area where we haven't ever had that? And in terms of the traffic, it's like I didn't get to ask because we weren't allowed to talk, but the study was done with a drone in November, and basically I think at a point in time when neither the bowling alley or the restaurant were open. So even if they erred on the less conservative side, we don't really have any idea how many of those little green things were virtually coming and going. And so and it's like the volunteer ambulance, the Harley buses, the Brighton buses, the RTC buses, volunteer ambulance, the buses all have schedules. Does that kind of get put in here somehow, like how many buses are entered in on what kind of a schedule into the traffic flow of things? Has anybody, like it was mentioned, has anybody talked to the fire department or the volunteer ambulance to find out what all this traffic and perhaps more traffic has to do with the time that it takes them to get from where they're at to where an accident is, or where there's somebody in need of care, in a hurry. There's no hurry place anymore. And as you come out of Shoreham, there is no alternative for us. If this isn't done right, we're too close to Monroe and Clover to put in a light. And it's like, if this isn't done right, we aren't going to have a fighting chance. So I know there are lots of things involved in this, and I did get a little bit more emotional than I meant to. Sorry about that. But all of these things affect every single adult that I mentioned, every kid, every household that's on our street. So it's not just a matter of getting the traffic lights right. There are all these other things about trucks and noise and more light. And I've not heard any dialogue about the buffer that we have been used to on our street, because there are trees there, and there's like, you know, the church, which has nothing in the front. So we've had a very quiet, gentle entrance to our neighborhood. But this, if this isn't done correctly, this has got to be done right the first time, because if the state is mandated to come in and fix a situation that hasn't been guessed properly in the first place, we have nowhere to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board, sir? Absolutely.
Hi, my name is Hussein Hadi, and I've been in Rochester, New York for the past 17 years. I came here for training, and I just want to share a story. I decided to go back to California, Los Angeles, and I'm very sensitive to the concept of traffic, you know. My wife wanted to stay in Brighton, and I said, no, we've got to go back. And I went, I was on Freeway 10, and we were in a dead traffic. The front of my car was as close as to the chief. And then all of a sudden, I hear somebody honking. And I turn around and look at it, and the guy says, go, go. Because, you know, moving a little bit, it was therapeutic for that guy being in the traffic. So I said, no, but, honey, I'm going to come back. You know, we're going to stay in. I'm going to open up my practice here. And we did. And I have used that corridor that we are talking about for the past 15 years, and most of them during the peak hours. And what I have noticed since they have changed the synchronization and increased the time, there has been a better flow. And I believe that we should give this traffic study a close look to it. And if you have an independent person that can look at it, that's great. But I'm convinced with what I see that this is going to work. Obviously, maybe increase some of the traffic, but everything is about risk and benefit. Whenever you get out of your house, you are always thinking about what is the risk, what is the benefit, and I think that the benefit outweighs the risk that we are contemplating here. Okay, and I am in favor of this project to go ahead. And I'm also the owner of the new building that is being built, City Mattress, on the corner right across that Whole Foods Plaza. And I think that putting the traffic light also helps the businesses in that area to have a better access through the back road. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak, or is there anyone else that has already spoken and would like to just add something? Yes, sir. Mr. Walt.
I didn't explain that I had been in the business of what they call a manufacturer's rep. I have driven 3 million miles without one accident except 3 backing up. The point is that I have talked with probably numerous engineers. They dread the thought of being a civil engineer, especially on road, getting the traffic moving. There is one thing that is always the mistake. It's called people. People are turning into another lane. They're making left-hand turns. They're going real slow because they're looking for a light or a number of a street. They might not always be going to Wegmans. They knew where Wegmans is, but they might not know where Cornell Jewelry is, or we've got 5 tailor shops within probably less than a half a mile. So that's my point. That it's the people that make the problem. Even in a mall, people wander down. One engineer once told me, I never thought I'd make a 24-foot sidewalk because people are walking right down, cars are trying to back into them, and there's an accident and somebody is knocked down. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trapani, did you want to speak again?
Yeah, just a real quick observation, just listening to everyone tonight. There seems to be a pretty good disconnect between the traffic study and the ability for people to believe it. And I'm not sure how you resolve that, but I kind of mentioned it earlier. The developer, I think they're on their 2nd set of traffic studies now. Through no fault of their own, and the initial study was wrong because of the information that was given to them by the state. That costs a lot of time and money for everyone here and for the developer. But how do we bridge the plausibility issue? That's really, I think, what may have to be addressed before this could really bring the groups together. I think maybe the group, as I said earlier, may have to, the opposition group, which is maybe 200 or 300 households out of the 38,000 residents in Brighton, they may have to fund their own study because they won't believe the one that the developer produced. Thank you.
Supervisor, excuse me.
Yes.
Ms. Stenographer, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Did you get the names of the speakers of the last 2? We're okay? Thank
Great.
you.
Sorry. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Just one last remark to this gentleman, Mr. Trapani. I
Can
think
we
that
have
he
a
doesn't
name,
understand
please?
business.
I'm sorry, this is Mr.
This
Fisher.
is Mr. Fisher, Ellie
Robert
Fisher,
Fisher.
624. I don't think he understands business. Obviously, when you try to promote something or you try to put something in front of the board, you have to do your own study, and you have to come up with your own money. I was just speaking with Mr. Daniele, very nice guy, and he talked about how he had to put money forth, and I've put money forth. Anytime you need a show, I opened up my facility downtown. I have to put my own money as the developer, the owner. So you can't be asking other people to do this. They're trying to prove that they should be in this spot. Okay? They're not in the right now.
Excuse me, Mr. Fisher, if you could please address your comments to the board and not to members of the audience.
I apologize.
Thank you.
I'm trying to just make it clear for everybody else in this board to just disregard anything that this man is saying in the attitude that we understand as a board and as a town that these developers have to do what they have to do. They have to put down the money. They have to come up with their own reasoning on why this should be a good idea and their own consensus. And if it's not suffice, for the town or for the board. You guys ask us to come up with more money. You ask us as developers or owners or entrepreneurs to come up with more evidence and more backing. It's not for the opposing. It's not that you guys, if I said, oh, well, if this is a great idea, that I'm going to ask you guys, the town, to spend money. It's me that's coming forth to you and begging and pleading to allow it. So it's not, I think that the room needs to be clear that this is all on the developers' hands, and they have to, because they're going to, in the end, if we're learning that $16 million they're going to be gaining, that I don't think that a couple $100,000 is going to be hindering in this aspect. So once again, I apologize for taking any more time. I hope we can conclude this and hear some of what you have to say, because I'm desperate to hear that, please.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board? Yes, sir. Come on up.
Ken Warzoka, 14618. For 43 years, I've lived within a quarter mile of what I would call the access of my life, of my family. From the garden stores, Eber Brothers, and all those things that have been on that corridor during that 43 years. And it's been with some trepidation that I've seen the development of Monroe Avenue over those 43 years. I guess it's a natural thing to want to get where you're going as fast as you can. I think patience in these cases has been a virtue. I have had anxiety turning left out of my residence for a number of years. I decided to turn right to get rid of that. I was at the study last Tuesday. I felt that it was thoroughly done, although that's just a layperson's opinion of the study. One of the things that I haven't heard mentioned this evening is that this has not been a vacant lot. There have been businesses here. Mario's Restaurant, the bowling alley, Mama San's. Those businesses generated X amount of traffic. We're talking about a 19,000 square foot addition of square footage in that parcel. In the simplest way of my mind thinking, I'm thinking those businesses that were existing generated X amount of traffic. 19,000 square feet additional will generate Y traffic. And what is the substantive difference in the two? Traffic at a grocery store is a constant. It's an even flow, except for particular times. A restaurant and a bowling alley was a lot of bulk traffic. The addition of an additional traffic light in that corridor, when I first heard it, I said, that's silly. That's silly. Since I was at the study last week and listened to what I feel were very professional people with a very professional presentation of the traffic generated by this project, I felt convinced that the traffic light was a smart thing to do. We've talked about amenities. I think for years, that corridor between the expressway and Clover Street has been a hazard of left-hand turns, which the state worked very diligently to try to correct, and I think there has been some improvement on that. Quality of life, I heard that reference a lot tonight. The traffic light on the southern part of Monroe Avenue will mitigate along with the curb cut eliminations for all those businesses, to me, that's a quality of life improvement. Because you cannot access Monroe Avenue right, left, or straight without curb cuts. And that's part of that proposal. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. We have worked decades to try and solve that. And many of the people that are concerned about traffic, I think they're correct about that. But this is a real benefit to the town and its residents. And it's late. Probably want to get home. But the goods and services that have been brought to Monroe Avenue corridor from the 12 Corners to French Road, I think have been a tremendous improvement to the quality of life for the residents. For the sake of a few extra minutes, because the traffic might be a little more than it's been last year, I think is not a dramatic thing as we strive to be a little more patient and enjoy the quality of the goods and services that this corridor provides us. In closing, I want to thank you for your time, and I want to thank the entire board for their public service to the community of Brighton.
Thank you, Mr. Wieselka. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board during this public hearing? I know we have indicated that in general, board members will be submitting written comments. It is now about 10:30, but I will ask if the board has any comments that they don't feel that they can submit in writing. Hearing none, I will just ask one last time, because we will be, again, just the process, we will be closing this public hearing. You will have until the end of business, 5 p.m. on May 22, to submit any further written comments. Anyone else that would like to address the board? Board members? We're all good? Then I want to thank, really, again, I'll start with our stenographer because you've worked long tonight. We appreciate it. Thank you to everybody that stuck it out, and thank you to everybody that couldn't stick it out all night, but submitted your thoughts to us tonight. I assure you that we will give very serious consideration and we'll review with our professional consultants and our professional staff the comments tonight as we continue to proceed through the environmental review of this process. I declare this public hearing to be closed. Thank you. You are welcome to stay for the rest of our meeting, but I fully understand if you don't. Thank you. Is everybody good if we continue?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, yeah.
Then the next order of business, and let me just take a moment or two here just so we can get everybody, I'm going to ask that people conduct their conversations outside of the room. We do still have the rest of our agenda to continue. The next order of business under bids, Jim.
The item under bids is to authorize a bid award to the lowest responsible bidder, Hanson Aggregates, New York, LLC, to provide previous concrete materials for the project known as Monroe Avenue GIGP, with approval for the supervisor to execute an agreement and any necessary change orders. I move on the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Jim described it ably. Any comments? I would note that it does authorize change orders not exceeding 10% of the total cost as part of that resolution. For our pervious concrete as part of the GIGP. Further comments? Hearing none. Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Councilmember Werner?
Aye.
Supervisor Maley?
Aye. Next item, communications. Can I have a motion to receive and file our one item of communication in addition to the items that were already included in the record as part of our public hearing? I do want to, well, go ahead. Can I have a motion to receive and file?
So moved.
Second.
This it's a letter from County Executive D'Onofrio advising us that a submission that the town has made for a potential community development block grant for ADA sidewalk improvements to the Carmen Clark Lodge is being submitted by the county. It does not mean that it's been approved, but this is a project that we asked be included as for submission under the Community Development Block Grant Program, which is a program intended to focus on demographic areas that require economic assistance. This is quite an old park. It's our oldest town park, so old that it's called the town park. And there are some, it was actually developed prior to the Americans with Disabilities Act, although there are some ramps and the like. It is not the easiest place for someone disabled, someone in a wheelchair or otherwise to maneuver. It's a polling place. It's a place that's used for all sorts of recreational and other activities. The town has its Pearl Harbor Day event for veterans, some of whom are mobility challenged. So we're pleased that it's been submitted. We hope it will ultimately receive CDBG funding. And let me put in an ad. We feel very strongly that the Community Development Block Grant Program is a program that has benefited the town of Brighton and its residents. The current administration is proposing eliminating CDBG. We heard talk about sidewalks and getting around town. We are hearing here a project for ADA. We have used community development block grant programs for years to provide home rehabs, particularly energy efficiency for people of lower income who live in the town, and other municipalities do the same thing. The Community Development Block Grant Program is an important program. It is one of the ways that we're able to supplement the revenues that we're able to generate with our tax base. And if you feel the same way that I do, I encourage you to reach out to elected officials, not only here in Brighton, but in our surrounding areas, to let them know that Community Development Block Grant is an important program for the Rochester area, for the upstate New York area, and I, for one, voice my support for it and do not want to see it terminated. So there's enough for one rant. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I think it's great. We've got it, given the.
Well, we don't have it.
Preliminarily.
It's the first step.
Yep.
That's right.
That it is continuing. I'm very optimistic that we make those important improvements made.
Anything further? Motion and a second. Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Councilmember Werner?
Aye.
Supervisor Maley?
Aye. We have committee reports. Community Services Committee, Chris?
Bill, our next meeting is May 17th. Among the items we talk about are just those improvements over there at Town Park. But May 17th, Wednesday at 9:30 at Brookside.
Thank you. I do just want to note, as we closed the public hearing, we did reference a couple in the agenda, a couple of written comments received that will be included in the public record. We continue to receive those written comments, and I just wanted to be clear that those will all be read into the record along with any other new items that we receive at our next meeting, which will be after the 22nd. Finance, Jason.
Yes, the Finance and Administrative Services Committee met last Tuesday, May 2nd. Each of the items that were reviewed at our committee meeting appear on tonight's agenda. Our next regularly scheduled meeting will be held on Tuesday, May 16th. We meet at 3:30 in the afternoon in the Stage Conference Room at Town Hall, and the public is invited to attend.
Thank you. Louise, Public Safety.
Actually, I have the report for public safety, which
Great.
met yesterday morning at 8 o'clock. And during the networking session, Brighton Fire reported 952 calls. Also, that they expect to receive a new fire truck that they have budgeted. They expect to receive that next month. Also, they passed along some sad news that a past chief, Tom Siebert, had passed away. Services will be held next week. He'd been a member since 1948, almost 70 years.
Remarkable service, remarkable man.
Various positions with the organization. Also, there was, during the networking session, there was a request also to check on the traffic signal synchronizations through Elmwood Avenue here in 12 Corners. There's been some traffic backing up, and actually,
Actually, sent an email this afternoon, got a kickback that the engineer is going to be out for a week or so, but I have followed up on it.
Great.
Okay, great. And also to review 2015 New York State Department of Transportation report on bridge conditions, and also review data regarding the highway bridges here in town and inspection status. And hopefully the capital improvement projects through the state will include some of our bridges too in the upcoming periods of time. In addition, there was a report, the matter on reestablishing the garage fire separation for new residential construction. The town attorney has reviewed language to set the public hearing for next month at a town board meeting to be held next month. So we'll probably be setting the date and time for that public hearing sometime in late June, early July, by the time the timing takes place. And that was about it. The date and the time of the next meeting will be next June, and will be in June, June 13th at 8 o'clock in the morning. We meet in the community meeting room downstairs here at Town Hall, and the public is invited to attend.
Thanks, Jason. Mr. Lill, who did speak both during the open forum and during the hearing, and the Facebook group, Brighton Traffic, is one of the places that brought to our attention concerns with bridge condition. We did determine that they are in the cycle to be inspected this year. I've shared photos that Mr. Lill shared in social media with our town engineer, and that is something we're going to pursue very closely. We've seen discussion of some bridges in other parts of the area and across the state. We know how important our infrastructure is, and we know there's been some real concerns about whether there's sufficient funding that's been applied to maintaining those. They are inspected regularly, but they get a lot of use, a lot of salt, and we do want to make sure that they are safe, and frankly, that the state, and this is what we're going to focus on, that making sure the state is aware and hears the voices of this community relating to those bridges. So I appreciate his bringing it to my attention and having the opportunity to raise it and getting some very quick feedback from our town engineer concerning conditions on it.
An interesting segue on that discussion was that when will the technology come to create salt and water resistant concrete? And apparently they're working on concrete that's embedded with microbes that will actually absorb the moisture and the salt, and then they excrete
their own cement.
That sort of seal up the concrete. I don't know where that is in the marketplace, but perhaps down the pike, no
Interesting
pun intended.
concept.
It might be it might be put into place. So we'll see.
Thanks, Jason. Jim, Public Works.
Public Works, next meeting, we have not had a meeting since our last town council meeting. Our next one will be Tuesday, June 6th at 9 a.m. in the lower level community meeting room.
Thank you, everybody. We have no old business, new business. Jason, reading and approval of claims.
Yes, earlier today I reviewed claims totaling $243,408.55. Notable claims include to Q's Incorporated in the amount of $20,477 for repairs to the sewer cameras. Also to Raymond F. Wager, CPA, in the amount of $12,000 for our financial statement audits for year-end 2016. And also to the Burke Group, LLC, in the amount of $4,000 for the OPEB actuarial services for year-end 2016. That's the statistical analysis of our future requirements to fund our retirement programs, in a nutshell. Anyway, the claims all appeared to be in order, and I move that they be approved.
Second.
Any discussion? Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DeFonso?
Aye.
Councilmember Werner? Aye. Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. Chris.
Next item is for approval for the supervisor to execute an agreement with the lowest responsive bidder, Jerry Peterson, to provide arborist consulting services for 2017 with renewal option for up to 3 additional one-year terms. I move that we adopt the resolution prepared by the attorney for the town before us.
Second.
And I would note a couple things. One, that at the hourly rate is $80 an hour. If we renew, which is at our option, it would be at the continued rate of $80 per hour for 2018 and 2019, going up to $82 an hour in 2020. We have worked with Mr. Peterson in the past, and he is a past employee of the town. We have worked with his firm, but also with other firms. And I guess I would also say that certainly the recent windstorm brought home how important it is that we continue to inspect our trees. And where necessary. And we're a Tree City USA. I talked about it last month. We had that great banner behind us, 2 weeks ago. 15 years we've been a Tree City USA, but part of that is maintaining the integrity, and when there are unsafe trees, making sure they're removed and replanted. So that's one of the things that this contract helps us to do. He is our resource when there are issues regarding the safety of town trees, and we're glad to have him. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on that? Hearing none, Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
No.
Councilmember DeFonso?
Aye.
Councilmember Werner?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. Next matter is to hire a laborer in the highway department. Jim.
And the matter before us, I move that we approve the resolution to approve a particular person in a position of part-time permanent sewer clerk, 2 in the sewer department.
No, one above.
Oh, sorry about that. Approval to hire a particular person in the position of laborer in the highway department. I move in the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
And I think I heard Chris. Okay, all right.
Either way.
And that individual is Michael Allen, being proposed to be hired. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DeFonso?
Aye.
Councilmember Werner?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. Now, Jim.
Yeah. Next item is to approve to hire a particular person in the position of part-time permanent sewer clerk in the sewer department. I move in the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
Couple things I want to note on this. First, this was remarkable. We received 440 applications for this job.
Really?
Um,
Wow.
Steve Zimmer, in our sewer department, this is something we've talked about for a couple of years during budget time. And it's indicative that we very, very closely monitor, even relatively, it's a significant position, but it is a part-time position. And I think it's fair to say that one of the things that swayed us is the fact that by hiring this part-time clerk, Steve, who just does outstanding work, is going to be spending less time doing paperwork and more time doing what he is professionally trained to do, and that is make sure our sewer systems in Brighton keep working. And again, as we've gone through these stormy periods and watching water rise in places that are close to the shoreline, we know that serious weather events can have a big impact on sewer. So we want Steve out in the streets with his mind in the gutter, as you were, with the people that work for him. This is not something I supported initially, but it's certainly something I support now. And out of 440 people, I have no doubt that in hiring Cindy Messenger, she got through some stiff competition to get hired, so I think I'm looking forward to her joining us. Any other comments on that? Hearing none, Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DeFonzio?
Aye.
Councilmember Warner?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. Next item, Jason.
Yes, the next matter seeks approval to declare certain fixed asset computer equipment determined to be no longer serviceable or of any remaining value is surplus and authorized disposal as junk. I move we adopt the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
This is a variety of computer and some other related equipment and a Pitney Bowes electronic scale. All of these are being disposed of as junk. For those of you that were at the Finance Committee meeting, we also considered another disposal of computer equipment. That matter has been held for some further review. So we do have a motion and a second on the disposition of these items, which have no remaining value and will instead be recycled. Motion and a second. Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DeFonzio?
Aye.
Councilmember Warner?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. Louise.
Next matter is for approval to declare certain fixed asset engineering equipment determined to be no longer serviceable or with any remaining value as surplus and authorize disposal as junk. I move on the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
This is a single item, a very large plotter, 2003 Hewlett-Packard. It's remarkable that it served for 14 years. Ramsey, it's in Ramsey's department down there, and I think everybody that uses it knows how obsolete it is at this point. And
It's also too costly to repair.
yeah, so that too will be disposed of as junk and recycled.
What do you replace it with?
We haven't replaced it.
But I mean, do they still make plotters?
Yes. Yeah. And that's Plotters. We don't have any plotters. We do have a plotter. We have a motion and a second. Further comments? Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DeFonzio?
Aye.
Councilmember Warner?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. Jim.
Next item is to authorize supervisor to execute an agreement granting consent to the City of Rochester to serve as a lead agency relating to the proposed 1201 Elmwood Avenue project. I move in the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
This is the proposed project that would, among other things, remove the Terrace building, the very tall building down Elmwood Avenue. What we're looking at here is about a 29-acre parcel, about 18 acres of which is in the city of Rochester, about 11 acres of which are in the town of Brighton. It's a project that would involve demolition of that building, reconstruction of mostly residential rental real estate. In addition, on the city side, there is a proposed hotel. There are also small sort of retail commercial nodes, but small, on both the city and the town side. On the town side, they are proposing 102 residential units, 22 of which would be in 11 two-person buildings, duplex type buildings, and the other 80 would be in a four-story apartment. The town portion is a very large, what we would call a flag lot, very narrow at the street at Elmwood, and it widens out in back. It sort of wraps around Brickstone. The city parcel is much larger, involves much more intense development. So we have no objection, and we'll be signing this agreement authorizing the city of Rochester to serve as lead agency for the environmental review under the State Environmental Quality Review Act. Our two staffs have already been working together on the project. We had Mr. DiTucci in here a couple meetings ago talking about it. The mayor and I have spoken about that review, and we will be an involved agency based on our role issuing permits and the like for our portion of the project. So although the city will take the lead in the environmental review, we will be engaged in a very real way as an involved agency going forward. Any questions on any of that?
Ramsey, how long has this Terrace building been unoccupied? 20?
Over 20 years.
Yeah, I know, but I was just.
Over 20.
I thought it was maybe closer to 30.
Could be. It's been a
No,
long.
I've only been with the town, well, boy, I've been with the town 27 years, so it was still occupied when I came to the town. They were
okay.
just,
All right.
they were
Decommissioning it.
Yeah, they were just decommissioning it when I joined the town, so it's about
25-ish years.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Further comments or questions? Hearing none, Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Noveros?
Aye.
Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Councilmember Werner?
Aye.
Supervisor Mailer?
Aye. Jason?
Yes, the next matter seeks approval to adopt bond resolutions to provide financing for various 2017 capital improvement items. I move we adopt the resolution as prepared by bond counsel to the town.
Second.
And you have correspondence outlining the various items that would be proposed to be purchased or completed with these three bonds. Maybe Suzanne, you can walk everybody through the three bonds and why there are
There's
three bonds.
Three different bonds prepared by bond counsel because of their probable period of usefulness that's in general municipal law. So the first one being for some heavy equipment over at the highway department and a truck over at the parks department. Total bond resolution is authorizing a maximum of $542,000 for those 5 items there's a 6-wheel heavy-duty dump truck with plow, a smaller dump truck, a loader with a bucket and plow, a tractor with a plow, and a pickup truck with a plow. Lots of plows, expecting a lot of snow next year. The second bond resolution is for $90,000 maximum to re-side a building over at the Ops Center. And then the third resolution for $45,000 for 2 HVAC units, again, over at the DPW Ops Center.
We would issue them all as in one issuance, And obviously, different, anytime you issue bonds, you have different principal maturities throughout, and that would be reflected with the different useful lives
Right,
of
and I didn't
this
mention,
equipment.
yeah, the equipment, I think if I wrote it in here, you can go up to 15 years with that one. It probably won't go that long, but gives us that option. I think the siding was 5 years and the HVAC unit's 10 years maximum.
And again, we anticipate being able to do this on, very positive terms, reflecting our continued AA2 credit rating and the fact that we have continued to maintain a relatively low level of debt, far below most of our peer communities here in the area. Any questions on that? Hearing none, Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DeFazio?
Aye.
Councilmember Werner?
Aye.
Supervisor Malin?
Aye. Matters of the supervisor. We'll start with our expense and revenue report. Suzanne?
Just receive and file those for the month of April.
And as always, we will have a more thorough review at the end of the second quarter. Can I have a motion to receive and file the April revenue expense report?
So moved.
Second.
Comments, questions? Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DeFazio?
Aye.
Councilmember Werner?
Aye.
Supervisor Malin?
Aye. Couple things I want to mention. First, I was at a luncheon today. The chief was there with me. The Willow Domestic Violence Center, which is a very important organization in the community, formerly known as ABW, Alternatives for Battered Women. What we heard today was about something that I think really struck a lot of people, and the messages we heard from people really spoke to the heart. And they particularly addressed issues of abuse, both physical and psychological, among our young people. Domestic violence, we may have stereotypes and conceptions of what victims of domestic violence look like, what gender they are, where they live, how old they are. And we heard about things like electronic leash, where one member of a teen relationship, literally treats the electronic devices as an electronic form of stalking or a leash. We heard really some tough, very personal stories, and we know that's just the tip of the iceberg. So I bring it up partly because it is such an important issue. I also bring it up because I know, and Chief Henderson and several other police chiefs who were there are indicative of the importance that our police department places on domestic violence, and specifically how domestic violence calls are handled. Our department takes those very seriously, has the training to do so, and I really appreciate, Mark, the work that you continue to do to make that area a priority. That was one of the areas you talked about in your annual report recently. I don't know if there's anything you want to say about that issue, but it's an important one. A couple things coming up that I specifically want to mention. Louise may want to say more, but I'll yield time to her on clean sweep, but that's this coming Saturday. This coming Sunday, the farmers market, outdoor farmers market, reopens for the season. It's Mother's Day. Take your mom to the market. She's going to enjoy it, and it's a great way to start Sundays. The market will now be open through the end of October, outdoors. Brighton High School from 9 to 1 every Sunday. Memorial Day, as we always do every year since we completed our great Veterans Memorial. Thank you, Jim Vogel. We will be holding our annual Memorial Day ceremony at 2 p.m. At the Veterans Memorial in Buckland Park. Color Guard from the Kaufman Post, Jewish War Veterans, and I had the real privilege of attending the Kaufman Post's 85th anniversary dinner this past weekend. And as I said then, and I'll say it again now because it's true, the members of the Kaufman Post, and really people who have served this country in uniform and given such great service to our nation to keep us free. And then these folks and so many others have taken off that uniform, they've come home, they've come back to Brighton or wherever their home community may be, and they put on civilian clothes and they're serving this community. And we are grateful for their service to the country, and we're grateful for their service to the community. Memorial Day is a great time to honor those who sadly did not return, but also to give thanks to those men and women that you'll see out there who did return. So those are some important events coming up. And again, I want to, we had a big public hearing tonight. It took a lot of people to make it happen. We thank our stenographer. I want to thank Mary Ann Husser, my assistant, who really worked hard to make sure we had enough overflow. We had 325 seats available with live video and audio. Tonight, I don't think we used all 325 seats, but we were ready. And I appreciate all the work Mary Ann did, Matt Beeman and the park staff for bringing over a bunch of chairs to make sure those 325 people had something to sit in. And Judge Falk, his chambers were one of the overflow rooms. We've not used his chambers before, but his chambers do have video capability that made that possible. So thank you, everybody.
I think you also had Sue Wentworth stay late, too.
Yes, that's right. Both Sue Wentworth and Barb Snyderman, our IT department, both stayed late, and A, helped make sure we didn't have any glitches, and B, helped make sure that everybody got a chance to speak. So thank you to everybody that handled the logistics end and did so seamlessly. That's all I have. Matters of the attorney.
Terrence Building, first patient's 1959, last patient 1995. That's all I have. Your memory
Okay.
is very good, Ramsey.
So 22 years or so? That's still a long time. Thank you.
Yep.
Matters of the clerk.
I have nothing additional this evening.
Matters of the board.
Yes, a week from this Saturday is Armed Forces Day. It's May 20th, and the committee, which I'm part of that, this is a county-wide celebration. Will be at the Diplomat starting at noontime, and all are most welcome. Usually we ended up with about 450 people there, but this is a celebration in advance of Memorial Day, celebrating, recognizing all the armed forces, all of the armed services, I should say. So if any of you are interested in coming, we can get our own table. All right?
I will certainly be there, Jim.
right, good.
Thank you for that reminder.
Also want to remind everybody about Clean Sweep, as you pointed out. Rain or shine, it doesn't look like it's going to be too sunny, but this is the 10th year, and we've always had sun, and then as soon as it was over, it rained. So we're hoping for the same sort of thing. They've been doing online registration through the rec department, as well as people just showing up, and they've had over 90 people register online for the rec department so far. We have about 600 shirts, and we have the food is all ready, and the school is participating, and they're all ready, and hope it's a good day.
And I think it's important to note when you say 90 people, those are just people that have registered online. We know there will be hundreds of school kids
Right.
that
They-
participate every year, either formally through the schools or with their families, and a
Scout
lot of
troops.
walk-ups, scout troops,
And
Rotarians, Kiwanis, all sorts of.
I hope, yeah, if it's been anything like the last few years, we'll have about 500 people show up. And Annette and I, we went and got some extra, the plates and all that stuff today. And we're going down Clinton Avenue, which usually has so much trash. And there were people there working from the county or from the state, and we're saying, what are they doing? What are they doing? Why are they cleaning up out? We have no place to send people.
Well, there's plenty of places to
Oh,
send
there
people.
sure are.
So, yeah, any suggestions, let us know. Yeah, she has registered people and has a lot of people that are already assigned, so.
Good.
Louise, again, the kickoff is at what time?
9 o'clock here, except for the kids that in Council Rock, not Council Rock, French Road and 12 Corners Middle School and the high school. They're meeting at their schools for breakfast. But here, it's at 9 o'clock, and we have bagels and donuts and coffee and orange juice ready for them.
Good.
Chris is gonna pick up the subs and everything from,
Sub guy.
The sub guy.
Got it. Pickup truck full of subs.
right, and,
They all get to their
right, yeah.
prescribed destination.
And Annette's husband's gonna pick up the pizza, and
Great.
everything's arranged.
Great.
All right.
Well, hope for sunshine. Thanks, Louise.
Good.
Anything else?
I don't have the figures yet for the pharmaceutical, do you?
615 pounds.
Okay, and there were about 300 cars, or,
I don't have that. All I had was the final number for poundage.
yeah, next time I'll have the total that we have to date. Don't have that yet.
And the plan for the next pharmaceutical will be fall.
That,
EPA usually does it in the fall, September, October, but
Yeah.
we have the box
Yeah.
every day of the week, Monday through
Yep.
Friday.
right, and
The
we
only
have,
restrictions, no liquids, no sharps in there.
I believe so.
well, actually, you can put sharps if you have them contained, right?
Oh, is that right? Okay.
And the next electronics and shredding will be October 14th as of now.
Great. Good. All right.
I wanted to do just a very brief executive session to discuss litigation and acquisition of real property. Can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Ann, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DeFazio?
Aye.
Councilmember Werner?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate sticking in for the long night. Our next board meeting will be on May 24th, 7 p.m. right here in this room. Have a great evening.